incorporate that into the bill and substantially fund probation services in all of our counties. I mentioned the gun violence, the background check bill, and the extreme risk protection order bill. We also have money for violence prevention grants in this bill. We're going to do some more research around gun violence. We have fentanyl penalties. We're increasing penalties for the dealers. We're also recognizing the public health crisis that fentanyl is, and we're going to make sure that officers and first responders are carrying naloxone so that we can save people's lives. And we're going to be looking more broadly through a study on how can we improve our response to drug cases. We've got closing a loophole related to qualified domestic violence offenses. We have created a new crime of organized retail theft, again, to modernize and recognize what's going on in our communities. And I mentioned the crime of carjacking that we have here. Members, yesterday was Mother's Day. And today, when I'm working on this bill and this conference committee report that we have, I'm going to be thinking of the mother whose son almost died due to carbon monoxide poisoning in a hotel room. We're closing a loophole with this bill. I'm going to think of the mothers who testified about losing their children to fentanyl poisoning when I vote yes for this conference committee report. I'm going to think about the moms who fiercely advocated for their daughters because of this weird interaction between the aiding and abetting law and the felony murder rule to make sure that they are adequately held accountable for the crimes they actually committed, not ones that they didn't intend to commit. And I'm going to think of a woman who just became a mother in recent weeks who will be eligible to apply for a pardon based on a similar set of circumstances. I'm going to be thinking about the mothers who are leading organizations to end violence in their communities. Mothers like LaTanya Black, whose daughter Nia was murdered due to gun violence and has started an organization called Mothers Against Community Gun Violence. She was here earlier today. I'm not sure if she stuck around, but I'm going to be thinking of her and so many others like LaTanya and so many mothers who are working hard to prevent violence in their community. And I'm going to be thinking of the mothers who lost children to gun violence and all the moms fighting to protect their children from the uniquely American problem of gun violence, the leading cause of death for children and adolescents. I'm going to be thinking about them when I vote for this conference committee report today. And now, Madam Speaker, I would like to turn my time over to Chair Becker-Finn to describe the portions of the bill related to judiciary.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I forget, I do want to ask for a roll call on the motion to adopt the conference committee
Representative Becker-Finn requests a roll call on the motion to adopt. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Becker-Finn.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to speak to the judiciary portions. A lot of good things came back from conference committee, and I'm excited to share those with you. Of course, the full funding for public defenders is included in this bill. The same amounts that we passed passed off the House floor is in this conference committee report. When it comes to judges and judicial staff, we have increases for judicial staff of 9% and 6%, and then for judges at 8% and 4%. So we really are supporting our third branch of government with these investments at this time. We also included in this conference committee report, we have an 85% increase in the funding that's going to civil legal services. If folks remember when we initially presented this bill, fewer than half the people who go to civil legal aid asking for help are able, we're only able to help less than half of them. With these improvements, that number will increase, and people throughout the state will have better help in accessing, filing for orders for protection in domestic violence situations, making sure that they're protected, their rights are protected in employment and in housing. All of those things we are improving. We also are coming back with the Office of Appellate Counsel and Training to make sure that parents who are involved in child protection cases, when they're faced with, kind of the weight of potentially losing their child and a termination of parental rights or another child protection hearing, that they do receive legal counsel and that their rights can be upheld. We are setting that up. Finally, we also have the access to court documents, the free access, well, not free, but no fee to the public to access publicly available court documents, as well as a provision that I've been working on for a long time in protecting the privacy of student data. So make sure that our kids in schools, that someone can't just call up the school and find out where a child lives or their email or phone number. We're finally going to protect that data. And then I will move on to a little bit of a story time, if you'll allow it, Madam Speaker. So when I was first elected, I came into this body straight from doing full-time legal work as an attorney. And the thing that was most disorienting to me about working in this body in those first couple committee hearings was that this place does not turn on logic. And it was really frustrating that it didn't matter how logically sound my argument was, whether I was telling the truth, because there would always be somebody, in these spaces or online or in some article who is willing to restate things that were untrue over and over again. There will always be people outside of here willing to gin up hate and sow division between us. And unfortunately, that's been the case already with provisions in this conference committee report. There are people and entities out there who are willing to state things that are false in order to create unnecessary fear and division, exploiting our genuine care for our kids as an act of political opportunism, inciting hate in the quest for more clicks. That is what is happening online, and I do think it's important that I name that. And so now on to the truth, which I do think matters, whether folks want to hear it or not, and I think is really important when we're talking about legislative intent when we do this work in this body. So back in 1993, Senator Alan Speer and Representative Karen Clark authored legislation to amend Minnesota's Human Rights Act to guarantee protection from discrimination in education, employment, and housing to LGBTQ plus Minnesotans. This was a monumental thing that they were working on that literally took decades to get to that point in 1993. At the last minute, language was added to the bill in response to bigoted fear-mongering by outside activists, and one sentence was added in the definition of sexual orientation, stating that sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. The chief authors did not want to accept this amendment, but they did in order to, and this is to quote things that the chief authors of this original language, to increase the comfort level of some legislators by making it clear the bill will not do some of the things that opponents claimed it would do. The statutory language never did do those things to begin with, but the authors made the concession to get the bill passed. Here we are 30 years later, and the Department of Human Rights drafted the Take Pride Act to clarify language that better represents Minnesota's LGBTQ plus communities. And one of those updates includes clarifying language of gender identity and removing outdated language that wrongly prejudices our community members by attempting to tie sexual orientation to criminal acts. Prejudicial and harmful language have no place in Minnesota's Civil Rights Act, and so it was removed. This Take Pride Act, this language is supported by Violence Free Minnesota and many other organizations and people. And during the conference committee, it was the consensus of the conferees that no comfort language is needed in the Minnesota Human Rights Act, and in fact, it would be harmful to our LGBTQ plus community to leave the language in that implies there is any connection between a person's sexual orientation and any crimes against children. So to be clear, the intent is to remove outdated language and modernize the statute. There is absolutely no intent to create a protected class for pedophiles or any other type of criminal activity. This bill actually does a lot to protect children and victims. And as Chair Moeller stated at the beginning, increases in the turnaround time for processing evidence so we can actually hold folks accountable, filling the gap in sexual assault and domestic violence victims funding, improving the turnaround in sexual assault exams, making sure that people have access to do those direct advocacy work. We also include money, which these parts you did not mention yet, that we have funding for First Witness Child Advocacy Center, which is a child advocacy center in northern Minnesota that directly does work in helping to make sure that we have good evidence so we can hold folks accountable when they harm and abuse kids. Further, we have funding to the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Office, as well as starting some startup funds to get the reward fund started in that office, as well as the data protections that I mentioned earlier. So this is a life-changing bill, a very good bill, and I look forward to passing it today with member support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion on the motion to adopt the conference committee report. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. Members, I move to re-refer Senate File 2909 back to the conference committee. And I would request a roll call.
Representative Scott requests a roll call. The clerk will report the motion.
Scott moves that the House refuse to adopt the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File number 2909 and that the bill be returned to the Conference Committee.
Representative Scott.
Members, I'm making this motion because there's still a lot left to do on this bill. The conference report was put together by one party without one single Republican on that conference committee. Folks, public safety and our courts affect every one of us in all of our districts. There was not a good reason for not putting at least one Republican conferee on the committee. We represent 48% of the state. We should have some sort of say in this bill. On top of that, the bill removes the Niska Amendment, clarifying that an adult with a physical or sexual attachment to children are a protected class under the Minnesota Human Rights Act, and the amendment passed 126 to 0. I don't know that in my time in the legislature, when an amendment has passed unanimously, that it's been stripped from a conference committee report. The Niska Amendment was crystal clear, and the conferees replaced it with language that is vague and problematic. We need to send this bill back and work on a fix together. And, Madam Speaker, I would request a call of the House.
Representative Scott requests a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Representative Scott, to your motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report.
Yes, that is my motion, Madam Speaker, and there's more work to be done on this bill. We've got a week, folks, before the end of session. There's no reason that we can't send this back to conference and get it right. Please vote to send this back to conference committee.
The member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would recommend voting for this amazing bill that is going to improve the safety of all Minnesotans and support our law enforcement first responders. I have a provision in this bill that is very personal to me. And the person for whom this bill is up in the gallery today. And she and her son were almost killed by carbon monoxide poisoning in a hotel room, a silent killer. Today, when we pass this bill, every family that stays in a hotel room or a lodging house in the state of Minnesota will be safer for it. I want to thank Leslie for sharing her story. I suggest you all take a look up in the gallery at this mother who fortunately was able to save her son and herself, both of whom will never be the same again. That is what this bill means to me. That is what this bill should mean to your family and your loved ones. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage members to send this back to the conference committee based on a couple things that Representative Moeller had brought up. We've got increased responsibility, increased crimes in this bill, and we can talk about how we're going to make things tougher and we're going to clamp down. But part of the problem that we have is we as a legislature can pass out laws and we can place limits on what can be done and what we think the correct penalties should be for a crime. And as we see over and over and over again, the judges blatantly disregard what the people of this House and the other chamber have said we want done and what the people feel should be the proper response to those crimes. In looking at the conference committee and the side-by-sides, I found that there was language removed that would have helped with that. So my request is that if they go back to the conference committee, that we look at enforcing some of these laws. We've got a very small amount of people that commit the vast majority of violent crime, and that is not restricted to any part of the state. That is not restricted to any particular class. Small amount of people are responsible for a vast amount of the crime. During my 30 years, I used to say that we dealt with 5% of the people 90% of the time. We need to look at how we deal with that small amount of people that we know are responsible for the vast amount of violent crime. And this is not addressed in this bill. And for that reason, I move that we send it back to committee for inclusion of that language. Thank you.
Discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. The member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to speak up against the motion to re-refer this conference committee to back. I think this is an incredible bill. I was incredibly honored to serve as vice chair of the Public Safety Committee under Chair Moeller, and to serve on the conference committee that did really incredible work. I'd like to highlight a couple of the key provisions that I had the honor to work on in this bill. First, I'd like to talk about what we're doing around youth justice. We are really focusing on youth justice through this legislation in a very proactive way. What we're doing is really manyfold. One of the things we're doing is funding I keep deciding between upstream and downstream, but basically, before kids get wrapped up in our juvenile justice system, we're investing in them through intervention and prevention grants, and those have been supported on a bipartisan basis since 1976 when they were created. And I'm really excited by the really significant and sustained increase that we're making in that program. Another thing that we're doing is investing in grants around dual status or crossover youth. These are kids that are involved in both the juvenile justice system as well as the child welfare system. And we know that there is just a disconnect. And when I talk to probation officers, they really highlight this. And so this is something that both the governor and the legislature really thought was important. And I'm very excited about those grants. I'd also like to talk about Representative Herr's provision in this bill to provide therapeutic treatment centers for youth. And those provisions are going to be really important. We're talking about both upstream and downstream, and we're going to make sure that those kids have a supportive environment where both they and the community can be safe. So I'm really excited about that as well. And lastly, on this front, I'd like to just highlight the Office of Restorative Practices. I am so thrilled that we are creating this new office and we are making deep investments in grants. This is something that I've been really passionate about since I worked on the Veterans Restorative Justice Act that I had the honor of carrying in my first year. And restorative justice is something that is really demonstrated to reduce recidivism. And also, as Chair Moeller mentioned, it really increases the healing and closure that people who have been harmed by crime are able to experience. And we had a number of people who testified before our committee and the conference committee who helped craft this bill. And I'd just like to highlight a couple of folks and a couple of quotes, if you don't mind. Professor Amanda Sealing, who helped found the Yellow Medicine Restorative Justice Department, which I believe is in Representative Swedzinski's district, which is awesome. Amanda Sealing is now a professor, but a former prosecutor, and she said, quote, "Relationships are the key to changing behaviors. When young people are ostracized and excluded from their communities for mistakes they make, this disconnects them from the community. This is not what they need. They need connection, and our communities are uniquely positioned to provide that connection." So that's from a prosecutor and somebody who saw the really huge transformative impact of a restorative justice department. And we here in the metro area really are learning from Greater Minnesota because they really have led on restorative justice. I'd also just like to briefly quote Lieutenant Kelly O'Rourke with the Minneapolis Police Department. He is a huge champion of restorative justice and a huge fan of the Colorado legislation, which we really built upon here in Minnesota. He wrote in a letter and testified before the legislature, "I write to you through the lens of real-life experience of witnessing the cost to our youth and citizen victims our current broken system is causing." He talked about how this legislation will, quote, "provide the building blocks for a system that has been proven successful." And so I am just incredibly thrilled that we are taking this step this year. And then I would also like to just briefly talk about the probation reform bill. I am excited. I know we're not allowed to have props, but I just happen to have 87 resolutions from every single county in the state of Minnesota supporting the probation funding formula that we passed in this bill. That's something that we have been trying to do for decades. And it's really hard because there are 3 delivery systems and they all needed to really come together to decide on a formula that could truly adequately and equitably and strategically fund our probation and community supervision. And we did it. And just want to thank all of the counties. They were well represented in this process, and this new formula is really going to get it done. So this is historic, and I'll leave it at that. I could talk all day about this bill because it is amazing. And I encourage folks, I guess we're voting no on the motion to send it back because I think it's perfect. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, Representative Feist, I understand there are some good, there might be some good provisions in here. There certainly are some provisions in the bill that I would support. There's funding for the Guardian Ad Litem program that I would support. But this is really profoundly disappointing work out of the All-DFL Conference Committee on this. Republicans were totally shut out of the room, and as a result, the Conference Committee made two really profound errors that I think need to be corrected before we move forward with this. And again, like Chair Becker-Finn, I come to the legislature a little bit more recently, but from private law practice, from a career in the law, where I have spent my professional life writing legal documents, analyzing legal documents, helping courts interpret legal documents as a law clerk, and arguing in front of courts about the meaning of those legal documents. And the work that we are bringing forward today is not the level of work that we as a House of Representatives should be doing. It is not responsible legislating what we're doing today. I think responsible legal drafting requires us to look at every possible interpretation or argument and be very clear in the drafting, not just in our opinions, not just in what we say on the House floor, but be very clear in the drafting about what we mean and what we don't mean. And the reason it's so important that we do this is because when we put words in the statute books, those words take on new meanings in new cases down the road that we cannot necessarily anticipate. And when the Judiciary Policy Bill came to the floor, I passed out a case, Energy Policy Advocates versus Ellison, that I thought was a very good encapsulation of exactly that problem. It's a case in which we as a legislature were a little bit careless, in my opinion, in drafting the same clauses, different places about private data on individuals, and the Minnesota Supreme Court latched on to slight differences in different sections and came up with, on a 4-3 vote, an interpretation of the Minnesota Data Practices Act that I think is indefensible and it's certainly not what the legislature intended. And and the former Speaker, Justice Thiessen, dissented in that case, and I think he was 100% right. The point of passing that out, in addition to raising that particular issue, was to help us to understand why responsible legislative drafting is so important. And I think there are two pieces of this work that are particularly irresponsible. The first one, Representative Scott already raised, which is the amendments to the Minnesota Human Rights Act. And I appreciate the words of Chair Becker-Finn, and I understand and take at face value her author's intent and her opinion about what this bill would do. But the first thing courts look at is text, what is in the bill and what has been taken out of the statutes, and then they look at legislative history, and then they look at legislative intent. And while there are now maybe some good words on the legislative record, there's a lot of bad text and bad legislative history, rejection of a House position that was approved on a 126-0 vote. That creates a situation in which someday down the road, someone is going to make the argument that individuals, adults who are attracted to children, are somehow protected by the Minnesota Human Rights Act. We are creating that condition by changing this language in the statute. And I appreciate Chair Becker-Finn's point that it is important to many Minnesotans to move it out of the definition of sexual orientation. And we have worked on possible ways to do that. And this House adopted on a 126-0 vote a solution to this problem, a solution that would have closed the door. And we have had discussions about putting similar language somewhere else in the statute books. And apparently, so far, that has been unacceptable. And so what we have today, members, is a reckless work product from an all-DFL conference committee that does create a dangerous situation down the road. It is not responsible legislating. It is reckless, and we should send this back to the conference committee to fix it. Members, we also are funding an office in the Department of Human Rights that is going to go out across the state of Minnesota, take in speech incidents that are purely speech, but that somebody feels like are somehow related to bias or related to civil rights. And we're going to have a speech registry at the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. And we had a lengthy floor debate on this a little less than two weeks ago. There were some examples raised that I was hoping, Chair Becker-Finn, I come from a place where we deal in a profession where we try to deal in logic and hope to persuade. I thought those were examples that should have been pretty persuasive that this is a really bad idea. This is a really bad idea to have the government having a registry about opinions that maybe someone at the Department of Human Rights doesn't like, and labeling those things as bias or hate. We had a lengthy floor debate about that. It was very clear that the line between hate or bias or things that go into this registry is a very, very slippery line. It's a very difficult line to draw, and it's a line that chills legitimate political speech. It's not a proper role of government. And I understand that debate was pretty embarrassing to the state of Minnesota and to the ruling DFL trifecta. I understand that it was pretty embarrassing, and so it's interesting that the language came back a little bit different, but the funding stayed the same. So now, instead of funding a speech registry, a bias registry, we have on page line 5.27, we have funding for, quote, a report on civil rights trends, $395,000 the first year and $250,000 the second year to analyze and report on civil rights trends in Minnesota. And we heard, and I was listening to the debate of the other chamber, maybe that was a mistake, but I heard that, oh, this is no big deal. This is just like one report. It's just a biennial report. It's just going to be one report. No big deal. We're not doing any speech registry. There's no database. So that sounded weird to me. $395,000 in 1 year and $250,000 the second year. That's a lot of money in a biennium for one biennial report. Maybe it would take one person a few hours to produce. But it turns out you don't have to wonder about what that $395,000 or $250,000 is going to be spent for, because members, I passed out the document. It's on your desks. It says Table of Contents, Minnesota Department of Human Rights. This is the administration's budget request from the Department of Human Rights. You can go watch presentation of this in the Senate Judiciary Committee. You can watch the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on March 1st, where this was presented. And lo and behold, on page 21, we find out exactly what $395,000 in fiscal year 24 and $250,000 in fiscal year 25 would pay for at the Department of Human Rights. It's called Discrimination and Hate Data Gathering and Reporting. It's the same thing as what's called Reports on Human Rights Trends in our new document. We rebranded it, but it's the same thing. Here's what it says. On page 21, the governor recommends $395,000 in fiscal year 2024 and $250,000 annually ongoing to improve the department's ability to gather, analyze, and report on discrimination and hate incidents throughout Minnesota. And remember, we had a lengthy floor debate that says you can kind of translate in your head every time we say discrimination and hate incidents. What that means is political speech that the administration disagrees with, or really maybe anything, speech anyone disagrees with, because tomorrow we're going to consider the PSEO language, where we are targeting two particular Christian colleges that are a particular subset of the Christian faith, and the author of this underlying bill admitted on the House floor that that should go in the bias registry, the people who advocate for that. So this is what we're funding. The department's ability to gather, analyze, and report on discrimination and hate incidents throughout Minnesota. And when this was up on the House floor before, I remember very distinctly the chair of the Judiciary Committee, Chair Becker Finn, saying, there is no database. And that's really funny because the next sentence after that says, the funds will be used to add 2 full-time staff in addition to a one-time upgrade to the department's database system in order to improve the department's data tracking capabilities. Then a sentence later it says, this request will improve the state's understanding of where and when discrimination incidents, again, translate discrimination incidents to undesirable political speech, to where and how discrimination incidents are occurring in Minnesota so that actionable public policy steps can be taken to reduce it. Actionable public policy steps can be taken to reduce it. So remember the article about whether the COVID-19 virus was a Chinese bioweapon, that the author of this underlying bill said that maybe that should go in the bias registry? We're gonna have a report so we can take actionable public policy steps to reduce it. That's what this money is for. That's what this money is being requested for. That's what $395,000 in fiscal year 2024 and $250,000 in fiscal year 2025 would enable the Minnesota Department of Human Rights to do. And we're funding that in this bill. At the bottom of that page, there's a sentence that says, currently the department does not have the necessary database software or the required staff to conduct comprehensive tracking and analysis of discrimination and hate in Minnesota. This proposal provides both a staffing increase, 2 FTEs, and a one-time database upgrade. Both of these are required because this will be a new initiative for the department. We're funding that, the new initiative to the department. They anticipate they could hire the required staff and software updates by January 2024 if all the funds are appropriated in the 2023 legislative session. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So what else changed about this language? Well, you're going to hear that we fixed it on page 48. The formulation of policies section 48, it starts on 48.4. We're amending section 363A.06. That section says the commissioner shall formulate policies to effectuate the purposes of this chapter and shall do the following. And then we're adding the language on 49.23 that says, analyze civil rights trends pursuant to this chapter, including information compiled from community organizations that work directly with historically marginalized communities, and prepare a report each biennium that recommends policy and system changes to reduce and prevent further civil rights incidents across Minnesota. We had a bunch more specific words before to describe what we're telling the commissioner to do. And now, in the legislative process, we went to conference committee and we kind of took out the more specific words and vagified it. Normally in the legislative process, we identify a problem and we clarify, right? We add some more specific words. So if we're concerned, if we're embarrassed about the debate that happened a couple weeks ago about what kind of power we're giving to the Department of Human Rights, and we wanted to fix it, maybe we could have done something like, well, first of all, we decreased the money so they don't have money to upgrade their database and have staff. Or we could tell them not to hire staff to go look at political speech. Did we do that? No. We just kind of vagified it. Members, either we're getting duped and we're still giving the Department of Human Rights power that the government should not have, or we're just not being honest with the people of Minnesota. This is the speech registry. This is the speech registry, and I understand that Governor Newsom in California is implementing one, and maybe it's important to keep up with the Newsoms, but I don't think that's the direction Minnesota should go down. And what we're doing in this bill is funding it. That is reckless, that is irresponsible, that is not what we should be doing, with the constitutional rights of Minnesotans. That is not what the government should be doing. Interfering in the free marketplace of ideas, it is not the proper place of government. We need to send this back and fix this language. We need to send this back and fix the hole that we've created in the Minnesota Human Rights Act, the door that we have left open. Close the door. We can do it. There's no good reason not to. We don't have to have that language in the sexual orientation definition. That's fine. But we should not leave that door open. And we should not leave this door open for the Department of Human Rights to do speech surveillance, to have a database of political opinions that the Department of Human Rights doesn't like. Please vote for Representative Scott's motion to re-refer this back to the conference committee.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Stevenson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great opportunity to talk about just a phenomenal bill that my friend and colleague, both here at the legislature and in the county attorney's office, Chair Moeller, and Chair Becker-Finn, who's also a colleague, a double colleague in both places, pretty cool, put together. So thank to both chairs and all members of the conference committee for putting together a phenomenal bill, which includes many great provisions, two of which I authored, and in fact, one of which was the very first bill that I ever asked to have drafted as a member of the legislature. After I was elected, before I was sworn in, I reached out, and it came from to House Research and asked them to draft this provision. It came from personal experience as a prosecutor. I had seen something in operation that I just thought was really, really unjust, and it has to do with what a burglary is. So under Minnesota law, a burglary is entering a building without consent and the intent to steal or commit a felony. So, most people think about that when they're breaking into a building, right? You think of broken windows or a bashed-in door, but it's not that. It's entering a building without consent, and there doesn't have to be any forced entry to enter a building without consent. So imagine with me a little fact pattern. Let's say that you go down to your local Walgreens and shoplift something of minor value, a few items of groceries, and you get caught. Okay, that's a misdemeanor under Minnesota law, misdemeanor theft. But in addition to that, you're probably going to be trespassed from the store. In other words, Walgreens is going to tell you, don't come back here. You're not allowed in this store anymore. If you then come back to that same Walgreens and enter the Walgreens and steal something, you have now entered the Walgreens without consent and stolen something. In other words, you have committed not misdemeanor theft, but you have committed felony burglary under Minnesota law, without regard to how minor the value of the item is. So if you, while trespass from that Walgreens, go in and steal a candy bar and get caught, you very easily could be charged with burglary in the third degree, which is a felony under Minnesota law. And that's wrong. That shouldn't happen, but it happens all the time in Minnesota. Those cases get charged. So this bill has a fix for that, the trespass burglary provision, which would make it a gross misdemeanor if you do that the first time, and then if you keep doing it, eventually it can be a felony, which seems to me a sensible compromise that is proportionate to the activity. On the other hand of the equation, the chair also was able to include my bill on organized retail theft, which is something that I've been working that's had bipartisan support. I've worked with Representative O'Neill on this provision, worked with the retailers on this provision and law enforcement on this provision. If we are under-penalizing those low-level, or over-penalizing those low-level shop things I just mentioned in the burglary, there's also something different going on in Minnesota right now around organized retail theft. Syndicate-level, enterprise-level crime of people moving through the state, stealing and reselling merchandise, defrauding honest retailers, putting people out of business. And in committee, we heard testimony from small business owners who had lost their businesses due to this. And so we are adopting a whole new approach to that organized retail crime. And we're not just increasing penalties, but we're giving law enforcement tools in the form of ability to get data more easily in order to combat that crime, able to get financial information from banks, for example, which I can tell you again as a prosecutor who's worked on financial transaction card cases, identity theft cases, and things like that. That's often a barrier to prosecution. But we are seeing more and more on the enterprise level bad actors moving into the retail crime space and into the identity crime space. And we need to hold those people accountable because they are ruining lives and they are increasing costs for everyone. So thank you for including that provision and the trespass burglary provision. It's fun to see my very first bill in a conference report, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Further discussion to the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report on Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to support the Scott Amendment to re-refer this back to committee for several reasons. One, it certainly was not very appropriate to leave Republicans out of a conference committee report in one of the most controversial bills that we will debate on the House floor. So that's number one. It certainly is light on crime, and if we are not, don't pull our heads out of the sand and witness what's happening in cities across our nation, especially, no offense, but to those cities that are run by the Democrats, crime is rampant and people are moving out of those states. That's the hard fact truth. Certainly isn't fun to say, but that's the fact. And then to ram through this controversial bill with Second Amendment rights being just completely taken away from our law-abiding citizens is against our constitutional rights. Have you ever wondered why our founding fathers used the eagle, the three-headed eagle, to demonstrate what government is? I know some of you probably do. I would presume Representative Pawlowski knows why, and I hope that as lawmakers, many of you do. But if they're in their infinite wisdom, the three-headed eagle, the three heads, legislative, judicial, and executive. And then you had the two wings. You had the wing one, could be the right or the left wing, or wing two, respectively, as well. And wing one was to identify the problems of our country or our state and have compassion on the issues and come up with solutions to the problem. And then wing two, you could say the right wing, was to agree with some of the problems, but to find ways as to what's best suited. What is the cost and what, if any, is the loss of liberty to its individuals for solutions? Now, what happens when one wing of an eagle gets too much power? It veers off to the left and crashes. They could call that tyranny. Also, if the other side, the other wing, two, doesn't identify the problems of our nation, of our state, and just says, well, we can't afford it, let's just have the status quo, what happens then? That eagle veers off to the right and crashes, and that's called anarchy. That's just the facts of our founding fathers. It's a beautiful thing. Through divine intervention, they created such a wonderful republic. Justice Scalia said that the best form of government is a divided form of government. I challenge you to go to YouTube or whatever station you want to do and listen to his fine speech. The last 4 years, we had divided government, where the Republicans had the majority by one seat in the Senate, and of course the House was majority of the Democrats, and we had the Governor Wells. That, my friends, I believe, at least many of on our side, and even some on the Democrat side, was the best form of government because it had checks and balances. The left wing, as it continues to just pass anything they want, without even advice or listen to us Republicans. Oh, certainly you listen, some of you, well, not many today right now, but not even to listen or invite a Republican on the conference committee to help solve some of the problems or come up with some of the solutions. I'm afraid that is tyranny. And that is the beauty of our founding fathers with the wing. Folks, my friends on both sides, when we go to talk to our school kids and our constituents, don't forget to educate them and inform them of what this great republic is. and that why it is important that we have a divided government, that we have a judicial, executive, and legislative, and then the two wings. You don't have all the answers to every problem. We don't either. But the right wing, Wing 2, we are here to help guide and to protect the rights and individual freedoms and liberties of our constituents as well. And this bill here will just continue to have a free get-out-of-jail card. Now, I was not on the committee personally, but my seatmate here, Representative Novotny, and several others are. And I've listened very intently and closely to their concern. And with his expertise, I've come to the conclusion that there are very many deficiencies in this bill. And many of my constituents back in the Wright County have shared that as well. So it is very important, members, that you don't continue to shut out this side, this wing. Because folks, as you continue to go on this soaring throughout the state with one trifecta government without even listening or allowing our side to even show up at the conference committee, less alone to give our opinion or our concern, that is a tragedy. And that is not what I think the Minnesota people want. Do you think that Minnesota wants that? Generally speaking, I've been involved in politics for about 20 years. I've been here for 13 years. People want us to work together, don't they? Republicans and Democrats. They want us to come up with solutions to the problems that are at hand. And they certainly don't believe, the majority, that one party should have such authority and such tyranny, if you will, I know it's a dangerous word to say, that you won't even include on our side one of our members at a conference committee to express our concerns, our constituents' concerns to the bills. There's no doubt that your bill has some great components. Representative Niska mentioned it, Representative Scott mentioned it, and several others will tonight. But there are grave concerns of eroding our Second Amendment rights and not being hard on crime. Your bill doesn't take a bite out of a crime, it takes a little nibble. Remember that old saying back in the 80s? We're taking a bite out of crime? Have you seen the crime in the cities? Folks out in Delano and Wright County, Howard Lake, Annandale, Waverly, Rockford, South Haven, Montrose, thank you. All of us are quite concerned of going into the cities because of the crime. And your bill does not go even far enough to taking a bite out of the crime and keeping our folks safe. So I would just entertain you to send this bill, vote for Representative Scott's amendment to send it back to conference committee, so at least you can listen to our side of the wing, Wing 2 or right wing, whatever you want, and put some balance to this eagle and not let it soar off and crash into our state. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boy, it's been an interesting few days, interesting week or so. It's a good thing that we don't legislate via social media, I'll tell you that. The conversation on social media over this provision in the Human Rights Act that has come out and then gone back in, and then it came out again, and now it's staying out, has been very heated. And I think part of the reason for that is because of the aforementioned fact that we don't have a Republican conferee on this conference committee for the Judiciary and Public Safety bill. And so there's a little bit of a telephone game that happens and assumptions that get made about effects and motives. And you know, when that telephone gets played amongst tens of thousands of people online, the narrative gets out of control pretty quickly. But I want to try to bring it back down to earth and bring down the temperature to the extent that I can. Because we were all on the same page with this. It's on the record. It's part of the journal of this House and will be for as long as that journal exists. 126-0. 126-0, we voted in this House to include the following language: the physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult is not a protected class under this chapter. Very reasonable. I got to imagine that unanimous consent to that language that we expressed on this floor is very indicative, very representative of the support it has beyond these walls out in Minnesota amongst Minnesotans. Something strange happened in conference committee that was not resolved, and that was the removal of this language. Now, folks, I think rationally ask the question, why? Why would you do that? What's going on here? And it can be very tempting, and we've seen plenty of examples of it, to jump to conclusions regarding what the intention is. But what I want to do is I want to address the actual stated intention, because I've heard it a couple of places, primarily online, unfortunately, because this isn't a conversation we've been having together in official proceedings. And the rationale that I've heard is that, and the reason why this became a controversy in the first place was because of a bill that was introduced in order to remove similar language from the section of the chapter of law where we were talking about sexual orientation. And that language previously had said, prior to the Niska Amendment, which had changed it to this, where it talks about a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult not being a protected class under this chapter, the prior language had said that a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult will not be considered a sexual orientation. And so the concern, as I understand it, is that that was furthering a harmful trope, that there's some inherent characteristic to the LGBT community which precludes them towards deviant behavior when it comes to children, and that in order to combat that harmful trope, we need to remove this language from statute. Now, to the extent that that's a trope that needs to be combated, I'm on board. Let's combat it. If the price of doing so is removing legal protection for children from statute, I think that price is a little bit too high. Just a little bit. And what I find confusing is that I think the reason why the Niska Amendment was accepted on a 126-0 vote was because we all recognized that the Niska Amendment was a solution to the problem. And we accepted the premise on good faith, right? We don't want to further a harmful trope that a physical or sexual attachment to children can be a sexual orientation. Okay, then let's change the language. Let's put it in a different section. Let's say that physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult is not a protected class, because there are all sorts of protected classes that go above and beyond and outside of merely sexual orientation. So now there's no longer that connection. The connection has been severed. The trope has been put down. But we're still protecting kids. We're still saying that we're going to stand against efforts which do exist and are ongoing to make a physical or sexual attachment to children protected to one degree or another. And look, if you don't believe me, let me cite the not at all right-wing rag. This is the National Library of Medicine. It is an official United States government website. In order to keep that temperature down, because I don't want this to get heated, I'm going to avoid using a certain word. And even though it's printed here, even though it's part of this language in a study, an academic scientific study that's on a US government website, I'm not going to use the word. I'm going to replace it with a physical, what's the language we're looking at here? Physical or sexual attachment to children. All right. So the title of this study is Humanizing a Physical or Sexual Attachment to Children as Stigma Reduction, a large-scale intervention study. And the abstract begins by stating that the stigmatization of people with a physical or sexual attachment to children is a topic of growing academic and professional consideration owing to its potential role in moderating the emotional well-being of people with a physical or sexual attachment to children. Again, this is an academic paper published on a United States government website expressing academic concern about the emotional well-being of adults who have a physical or sexual attachment to children. There's another government website, U.S. Department of Justice. We've all heard of that one, Office of Justice Programs. We've got one of those here in the state of Minnesota. Another paper, The Legal Position of Adults Who Have a Physical or Sexual Attachment to Children. A discussion of the nature of that inclination and arguments against strict legal sanctions in cases where people have a physical or sexual attachment to children. And it goes on to lay it out. Again, this is a federal U.S. Department of Justice published academic paper. Those are the official sources. And of course, we've all heard of certain organizations that exist for the sole purpose of normalizing a physical or sexual attachment to children. This is a real thing. And the idea that in that context we are going to remove from our statutes the exclusion, the prohibition upon that inclination someday in the future, as Representative Niska rightly outlined, potentially becoming or being treated as, to one degree or another, a protected class in the state of Minnesota, to me, again, I'll be nice, I'll keep the temperature down, seems ill-advised. Ill-advised. And so I support this motion to refer this back to the conference committee so that you guys can fix this, because I know you want to. I know you want to. And that's the other thing, that I want to be on the record. And I don't even have to go on the record because we went on the record, all of us did. 126-0. There isn't a single person in this room, not one, that wants to endanger children. Take that to the bank. And folks who are saying otherwise are wrong. And I'm happy to stand out and say they're wrong. But they're rightfully upset that we are not doing everything we can, that we're taking an action that might someday have the effect of loosening protections for our kids. And that it's something that you can fix. You can fix it by going to your colleagues over in the Senate and telling them, what are you doing? Guys, please, for your own sake, because you're not going to want this. You are not going to want to be able to look back on this moment at some point in the future where something that none of us want to see happens, and know that you had the opportunity to fix it and that you couldn't because you let somebody over in the Senate tell you that they weren't going to let you do it. Please vote to send this back to committee. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Mr. Speaker and members, I rise certainly to support the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report. And it's interesting, I am somebody, I like to listen to debate and hear the kinds of things that are said and talked about. And right now I'm hearing a lot of sort of peacocking and preening about how amazing this bill is and about how different members have really personal and important provisions in the bill, how it's really incredible work. And that's frustrating. It's, this is very one-sided work. It is work that chose to shut out 48% of Minnesotans' viewpoints. Frankly, I look at this very differently, and I think this is pretty arrogant work. This is work that really says, frankly, if you don't agree with me, I don't care. I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to take your opinions into consideration and into account. There were a lot of, actually, and I would give particularly Chair Moeller credit, because there were actually quite a few Republican provisions included in the bill that left this House floor. And a lot of that stuff has been jettisoned. A lot of that stuff went to conference, and miraculously, that just went away. And frankly, with no Republican representation in the committee, I can imagine that it was really easy to just toss those provisions. There was no one there to make a pitch. There was no one there to argue and say, hey, wait, have you thought about this? Because that perspective was not invited into that room. The people who were invited into that room were the people who were going to be a rubber stamp for whatever the Democrats want to do. So these are some of the things that I find particularly concerning that were jettisoned from this bill. Things that were voted out of this chamber, things that the Democrats voted for coming out of this chamber. One happened to be my provision to try to put some parameters around the get out of jail free provisions in this bill. I tried to add some parameters and say that, folks who are convicted of particularly egregious crimes, things like second-degree murder, first-degree criminal sexual conduct, and again, I will remind you of the nature of these crimes. When we're talking about second-degree murder, we're talking about intentional, planned, on purpose. We're talking about people who make a plan with intention to kill someone, to take someone's life, and they carry out that plan. And I suggested with my amendment that maybe those people should not be part of the get out of jail free program, that they should actually have to serve their sentence. I included things like first-degree criminal sexual conduct to be excluded from the get out of jail free program that this bill is implementing. First-degree criminal sexual conduct. We are talking about sexual conduct involving children. We are talking about sexual conduct involving penetration. We are talking about the most heinous crimes. And my amendment, my suggestion was that, you know what? People who commit these particularly heinous crimes should not be eligible for the new Get Out of Jail Free program. And as it turns out, that amendment was watered down on the floor, just to say that rather than excluding them from the Get Out of Jail Free program altogether, that the Department of Corrections with, quote, stakeholders would be allowed to exclude those criminals. And somehow, even that watered down version was jettisoned from this bill. There are no words for how abhorrent this is. There are no words for how abhorrent it is that you are unwilling to acknowledge and recognize that some crimes are so severe, are so heinous, are so damaging to the victims that perhaps we should consider the victims more than the perpetrators. in these most heinous instances. But nope, these people are going to be eligible for the get out of jail free card too, because that provision was removed from this conference report. We removed a provision that would have increased the penalty for a second assault on a peace officer, not even for the first assault. They can still slide by assaulting a peace officer once, but at least this body thought it was a good idea to adopt an amendment that said, okay, if this is a habit, if there is a pattern to this behavior, then there should be an increased penalty for that. But nope, we got rid of that. That's out now. That is out of this conference report. This body adopted an amendment to increase the penalty for the illegal transfer of a firearm to an ineligible person. Until the Democrats are willing to get serious about enforcement of actual gun crimes, no one is going to take you seriously. You have provisions in this bill to criminalize law-abiding gun owners, and yet you removed a provision to penalize law-breaking gun owners, people who are breaking the law with gun crimes. No one's going to take you seriously when this is how you deal with guns in the state of Minnesota. But that amendment, gone. We took that out in conference. And by we, I mean the Democrats, because there was not a single Republican in that room. There was not a single person in that room to say, hey, you might want to think about how this looks. You might want to think about the fact that you are creating really onerous, ineffective new laws for law-abiding gun owners, but you're letting people who break the law and commit crimes with guns, you're reducing penalties for them. You didn't let a Republican in the room to kind of let you know ahead of time, hey, you might not want to do that. You're going to look a little silly. Perhaps you should have at least listened to a few other viewpoints on that. Once again, we've removed language. In fact, interestingly, our Democrat colleagues have talked a lot about how great all the grants are in this bill. But once again, the language was removed to provide additional oversight to grants. $2.5 million to the Office of Higher Education for peace officer in-service use of force training at colleges was removed. We have had legitimate problems with use of force in this state. We know we have. We want nothing more than our police officers, than our peace officers, to be trained properly, to be ready when they are faced with a use of force incident, to be ready for high intensity incidents that may call for use of force. Don't we want our police officers to be prepared and properly trained? But nope, gone. That's gone. That was removed. We got rid of additional school safety center staff. I would think that it would be fair to say that everyone in this chamber wants to ensure that above all, our schools, the spaces that our children inhabit, are safe. Nope, gone. That was jettisoned in conference. Interestingly, there was some additional funding for the Department of Corrections Fugitive Apprehension Unit. Now, these are those criminals who have been released from prison and are not checking in. They're not doing the things that they are supposed to do. They're not checking in with their probation officer. We don't know where they are. They are literally fugitives. I just got some additional information. Who have reoffended? These are literally people who have been released from prison and reoffended. But the funding for apprehending them, gone. That's gone. That is not worth it in this situation. And that's just the public safety stuff. I thought this one was kind of interesting on the judiciary side of the bill. There's no longer funding for the juror pay increase. I thought that one seemed kind of petty, if nothing else, that we are funding a lot of bureaucracy in this bill, but heaven forbid we pay people reasonably for taking time away from work and doing their civic duty. That one seemed a little petty to me, that we would jettison that increase in pay for jurors. And frankly, I suspect that there are a lot of folks who can't really afford very well that pay that they're going to be missing from their job. But more important things to pay for, apparently. There's a couple of things that I want to tie together here that have been frustrating. And they've been addressed already a little bit, but I want to tie them together, maybe in a slightly different way, I don't know. As Representative Niska said, there's this speech database, and it kind of feels like a database by any other name is still a database. The funding is still there. The wording is slightly different, but the intention is the same. And I get it. When the Democrats talk about this, they talk about the concern over normalizing speech. And that we want to track that because there's concern about normalizing that. And I'm actually sympathetic to that in theory. I really am. Because frankly, I don't want it normalized. I have seen hateful speech from my side, just like I've seen hateful speech from your side. And I'm pretty horrified when I see hateful speech from my side. In fact, frankly, I like to have that amplified so that we can know who those people are. I want to know exactly who those people are. But guess what? It's not the government's job. And it's pretty scary to make that the government's job. But you better believe on a personal level, on an individual level, I will have conversations. I will shame that. It's wrong. But then on the flip side, we're unwilling to see the same problem on the Niska amendment that we voted on 126-0. And I actually, once again, am really sympathetic to the removal, the initial separation of this idea of having some kind of physical or sexual attachment to children. I'm actually, again, really sympathetic to separating that from sexual orientation. I will tell you a story. It was probably 30 years ago. In fact, it was 1996. It was 1996, and someone who I am very close to was staying with some relatives, their son, in fact. This person was staying with their son for a short period of time to be helpful with a work thing, with a business that they owned. And the son and his wife became concerned that their little boy was being molested at daycare. And this person, who I'm very close to, happens to be gay, and said, holy cow, I got to get out of this house. I can't stay here. Because as soon as they're talking about, I understand the need to separate these things. I absolutely do. And I agree with you, actually, that these things should be separated. But let's go back to this idea of normalizing speech and normalizing language. And on this issue, on the issue of talking about people with a physical or sexual attachment to children or attraction to children, we should continue to say, as we did in this chamber already, 126-0, we should continue to say that we will not normalize that language. We will not normalize the idea, the concept of a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. This should not be normalized. And this body did that. 126-0, we did that. And it was the right thing to do. And once again, that language has been jettisoned. It's gone in conference. Without any dissenting opinions, without any dissenting votes in a room, without anyone in the room to say, hey, this is a problem. Just like we don't want to normalize, quote, bias incidents, we don't want to normalize the physical or sexual attachment to children. We don't want to allow that to be normalized. And I understand that by removing this language initially, it has very little immediate real-time effect. I get that. But what we are doing now, and I appreciate, I was not aware of the articles that Representative Hudson brought up, but this idea that we should be concerned about the stigmatization of people with physical or sexual attachment to children. I actually don't think we should be worried about that. I think that should be stigmatized. I think that in this chamber, in this body, in our state government, we should be willing to say that that should be stigmatized. That language should not be normalized. Interestingly, I just went through all of the things that were taken out of these bills. I didn't even talk about all of the things that are in these bills. But sort of this arrogance and, like I said, this sort of preening about how amazing these bills are, that were done with zero input from anyone who disagrees with you. I suppose when you surround yourself with sycophants and you surround yourself with everyone who agrees with you, it's really easy to get lost in that group think of how great it is, instead of being willing to consider the fact that, you know what? You don't always have the best, most perfect ideas. It's a good idea to listen to other people because it just might make your ideas better. It just might. But that wasn't done with this bill. And it's really unfortunate. But it is certainly why we should refuse to adopt this conference committee report and send it back to conference. Do it right. Even if, I get it, there's still not going to be any Republicans on the conference committee, but maybe invite some into the room. Maybe have some conversations and try to fix this stuff. Maybe recognize that You don't have all the right answers all the time. And other people and other ideas can help you make this better. Other ideas and other people can help make this better for the people of Minnesota. And it can be what the people of Minnesota need it to be. Vote to refuse to adopt.
Further discussion to the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report of Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chairs Moeller and Becker-Finn. I don't consider myself a sycophant, but I think it's a great bill. So thank you very much. And many reasons, but there's a small provision in this, a small but important one that I actually authored, and I just want to talk a bit about because I think it's important. And this is to support the Minnesota Fire Service. So there's a thing called the Fire Safety Account that was created by the legislature in 2006 with a 0.65% surcharge on homeowners' insurance premiums. This account is a vital funding source within the fire service, and yet over the years it has been raided many times and was reduced to a 0.5% level in 2013. So there's increasing demands on our fire service and fire safety folks. This bill would return the fire safety account surcharge to that 0.65%, and ensure that the Minnesota Board of Firefighter Training and Education, the State Fire Marshal's Office, and the statewide response teams, including hazardous materials, the structural collapse team, and the air rescue team, are provided the resources they need to do their jobs and keep us safe. It will also help to provide more dollars for firefighter training, which can especially be an issue in greater Minnesota. Now, you may not realize this, but Minnesota repeatedly appears in the bottom 5 of states in per capita spending on the fire service. So there are many reasons, as I said, I'm happy with this bill, but with it, we'll also be returning funding to its original level and showing our commitment to supporting those who protect us day in and day out. So please vote no on this motion and vote yes, green, to support the bill.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if any of you have ever been to Central Park in New York and you fancied yourself to play a game of 3-card Monte or a shell game. You almost never win, and you almost always get played, which is what happened to you all. You got played. So I will take you back to the day of the Public Safety Judiciary Omnibus Bill. We were in and out doing amendments, and we were in caucus, and then we were back on the floor. And Representative Niska, I had asked him, I said, Harry, are they going to take your amendment? And he says, I don't know, Jim. So I thought, you know what, I'm one of our leaders. I'm going to go, and I'm going to talk to Speaker Hortman. I'm going to talk to Chair Becker-Finn, and I'm going to see, are you going to take the amendment? Because it was almost certainly going to generate a fair amount of conversation that we didn't know if you were going to take it or not. And I went up to the speaker, and she said, well, let's go talk to the chair. And we went over to Chair Becker-Finn's desk, and she said, of course we're going to take this. Yes, we're going to take this. And in a rare moment, members, I thought, here's what working together can look like. Here's what making sure that we are all on the same page and not assuming that we're going to have a fight, because I think Representative Niska was preparing for a battle, and a lot of us that come alongside him for battles, we're also sort of mentally gearing up for that. And what we did is, in a 126-0 vote, we said that the Niska amendment was what the House was going to stand for. All of you put up a vote that said, yes, Representative Niska, you got it right, that this is a good amendment, that it is certainly a message that the membership of the House of Representatives was going to send to the state of Minnesota, and it did get mentioned in the news, so it's out there. And it's also a message that you send across to the other chamber, say, this is the House position. And for those of you that have been here for a while, people will say, well, what was the vote total? Because we want a strong House position on something so that you can go into the Senate and say, you know, Senate, here's where we are. It was an overwhelmingly strong House position. That the Niska amendment is what you all were going to stand behind. Chair Becker-Finn put up a vote for it. Representative Ream put up a vote for it. Representative Hewitt put up a vote for it. All of you put up a vote for it. Every single one of you put up a vote for it. And I was really proud to go back into our caucus room quickly. I pulled Leader Damath aside, told her they were going to take the amendment. I pulled Representative Niska aside. I said, Harry, they're going to take your amendment. That was great, because you saw quite wisely that that was the message that you wanted to send to the state of Minnesota, to the people of Minnesota, the people who had concerns, legitimate concerns. And I believe Representative Becker-Finn said on the floor in support of the amendment, stating that adult attraction to children has, and I quote, never been a protected class and should never be a protected class. We clipped that out of the speech. You pushed your buttons. You said, we are standing behind the Niska amendment. That's a strong position. Now, let's change gears to another reason why you should send this back. The other night, Representative Daniels has said a couple of times he actually got a little embarrassed that we were loving on him so much. But it's easy to love on Brian Daniels because he's a good guy. You all sent that bill back to conference because you missed a couple of things. You missed a process. You missed steps along the way. You admitted that. Now you have another chance. You have another chance to not get played by the Senate. Because if we had a 126-0 position coming out of the House, I would only ascertain, having served on many conference committees, that you would walk in, Madam Chair, and you would say, no, we're sticking with this one, that we have an overwhelming position coming out of the House. This must stay in the bill. And we didn't have a Republican on the committee, so I can only ascertain that the Senate came in and said, well, so here, let's help you understand what you really think. That the Senate decided that you got it wrong and that they changed your mind for you, even though you said in a very strong, clear, dominant voice, the Niska amendment is where we're going. You got played. You got played. Now, I will grant you, that the allure of a powdered wig sometimes has some power over people, that sometimes when you wander over to the Senate and you feel the closeness of the walls and the grandeur or supposed grandeur of the Senate. They make you think that they're fancy people and, the robes and the wig that sometimes gets you. But you were in a conference room, so you weren't there. You got rolled. I just think that the collegiality that we saw that day on the floor, and I was very proud to have just done something simple, to walk up and say, hey, Madam Speaker, hey, Chair Becker-Finn, you're taking this, right? Because it just seems such a straightforward, basic, non-controversial, clarifying language. When I was a freshman, I heard for the very first time, and I'm not 100% sure that it wasn't Representative Lilly, that used the term belt and suspenders on sometimes why we do things. But we were doing a belt and suspenders sort of move in the Niska amendment. And the funny thing was that it wasn't one of those tortured, the whip walking around the floor, twisting arms. It was a almost instantaneous green board on the amendment. And wisely, Representative Niska asked for a roll call vote to create a very strong House position. I said, well, Harry, they're going to take it. You don't need to roll call it. He said, yeah, I'm going to roll call it anyway. Well, I hate to admit that I'm wrong to a freshman, but you got that one right, Harry. You all put up a strong vote. Now, to Representative New Brindley's point, she missed one of the things that came out of the bill. Chair Moeller, maybe just to make me shut up, said of an amendment to take the school safety center that one of the people in there must have a cybersecurity background. And I even joked that you rarely hear the words from the DFL, Jim Nash, logical amendment. We all had a little bit of laugh. But maybe that was done because a hot minute into conference committee, that was coming out. The disingenuousness of that is fairly cloying. And it's sad that you would take amendments like the ones that were offered, actually prosecuting criminals who use guns in the commission of a crime to a higher level, holding them accountable. What a notion that was. We were all pretty pleased that that was reality after you took that amendment. Naively, we believed you. Naively, we said, well, the amendments that came out of here will stay in the bill. So I guess you took a stroll, metaphorically, down one of the sidewalks in Central Park, and you said, you know what, I'm going to play a game of three-card Monte, because I can win. The DFL majority against DFL majority in the Senate, playing a game of three-card Monte, we will win this effort. We'll walk away the victor. We're going to have a grand time. We will hold our head high as we claim that we are doing something meaningful. You lost. You got played. And you know, sometimes it's hard being in the minority, and I've been in both the majority and the minority. Some of you, when you look us in the eye and shake our hands, I take that as your bond. And there are people who, when they say, Jim, I'm going to do this, I trust them. But perhaps we were naive or stupid, or you just duped us to think that some of the amendments that you took on the floor were actually going to stick around. What a crushing disappointment. And what a message that you send to Minnesota. That you would take something that the chair actually said was and should not be a protected class, take the clarifying language of the Niska Amendment, put it into your bill, and then drop it like it's a hot potato coming out of the oven. You must be so proud to have duped so many people. I'm not proud to say that this happened. I think it's actually a very clear and declarative statement to the state of Minnesota that I think it was Representative New Brindley said that you just don't care about our opinions, that you don't care what the other side, I think she said the 48% of Minnesota thinks. I don't even know what to say, and I'm almost never at a loss for words. But what you're saying right now in standing up, and whenever this gets to a vote, and we have no idea when that'll be, I'm not sure what the list looks like. But if you have the temerity today to stand up and say, you know what, this should go back to committee, send it back. I would urge you to find the strength to say, we are not going to let this through. Because you took a lot of amendments and you sprinkled a lot of love on them. He said, oh, this is great. Representative Nash, you have a logical amendment. That makes sense. Yeah, we'll put that in. Ha ha. Sucker. Maybe it just was there to make him shut up and go away. But I think the biggest thing, again, is the backpedaling on the Niska amendment. Members, you have an opportunity right now. You've got time. We're not under any great crush of time. You can send it back, much like you did with Chair Pinto's problem bill. Send it back to conference. And you can stand up to the Senate. You can stand up and say, you know what? We put forward a very strong position coming out of the House. We're going to take this up again. We are not going to allow you to roll us. We're not afraid of you. We're not in the mood to be bullied by the Senate. You have that ability if you support the Scott motion to refuse. Once again, you've got time, and we're going to show you that we know how to use time as well. You know, I'm not talking right now as to some of the deficiencies in the gun provisions or some of the other provisions. That's for third reading. Trust me, I got lots of good stuff. But the criterion as to why send this back, one, in some of the amendments that were put in by us that you just, I guess, jettisoned almost immediately. Maybe it was as you were walking out of the chamber that night. Like, well, we got them to shut up by taking their stuff. That was great. Congratulations. But when you put your finger over the green button and you voted yes on the Niska amendment, you said we're standing behind that. You even spoke to it. Several of your members spoke to it, saying, yep, we're behind you, Representative Niska. And now, much like at the conclusion of a game of three-card Monte where you've lost maybe all of your souvenir cash that you went with to New York, you walk away hanging your head, you're a little embarrassed. You wonder, wow, what the heck happened here? Because that's what we're wondering. We're wondering why you allowed the Senate to roll you as easily as they did. So as we, I guess, chug along to the vote here, you've got an opportunity again to send a strong message as you did on the day of the vote. Send it back, that message to the Senate saying, you know what, we're not going to allow you to roll us. We're not going to allow you to bumfuzzle us into taking your word as the gospel truth. We actually have a spine here in the Minnesota House. We have the ability to make decisions that stick. We have the ability to send a strong message to Minnesota, and we are going to refuse to adopt. Support the Scott amendment, or support the Scott effort.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to speak today. I know, everybody starts that way. But I wasn't going to speak today, but I've heard a lot about how we are not caring for victims in this bill and how we are more concerned with every other aspect of crime. And that really is upsetting to me as a person who was raised by a social worker who worked with domestic violence victims and sexual assault victims, because I know that this bill is exactly what victim advocates have been asking for. And so I wanted to bring us back to a letter that was submitted by a coalition of victims advocacy groups who wrote, and I'm going to use their words because it's better than my own words, let's be honest. There's a common misconception that victims of crimes always want the most severe punishments possible for those who harm them. However, many victims have shared that what they really want are stronger community support, opportunities for restoration, and avenues for healing. Victims' survivor safety can be enhanced through good criminal legal system reforms, like those included in this bill, and a robust investment in culturally responsive and community-based programming and services for both victims and offenders. And that is signed by the Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault, Minnesota Indian Women's Sexual Assault Coalition, Violence Free Minnesota, Mending the Sacred Hoop, Minnesota Alliance on Crime, and the Minnesota Children's Alliance. Members, this is a good bill This is a bill that looks at the idea of public safety and says it's not just about police, it's not just about crimes, it's about every aspect of safety that impacts Minnesotans. That's why we've got language in there around EMTs. It's why we've got language in there around fentanyl and around victim support. We have gone broad with this bill. And that's why I believe that it is time for us to support it. I also am chafing at the notion that we're only listening to the people who are in, I don't want to say in our pockets, but the people who agree with us. That's not true, because there's parts of this bill that I don't even really like. That's how I know that we're not just listening to people who think like us. We have bold investment in law enforcement. Do you think that's something that I sat by and said, wow, I just can't wait to give more money to the police? No, that wasn't my stance. But guess what? We have it in there because we know that it's important for public safety. We've got work that was done with Representative Baker on fentanyl. That was something that was really difficult for our caucus to get behind, and we had to work hard to make those changes. But it's something that we included in this bill because we know it's important and we know that it's impacting communities across the state. I think that the notion that we are only listening to or doing work for a particular group of people is just patently false. And I'm honestly a little disappointed that the other side would even suggest that something like that is happening. We have taken suggestions and ideas and bills from across this entire body, and we have heard testimony from a wide variety of individuals who don't think like us, who don't look like us, and from every corner of the state. And we have incorporated it into this bill. This is a good bill, and I would urge members to support it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Representative Damuth, please state your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under 2.02, call of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are under a call of the House, and the third paragraph under that rule says that the Sergeant of Arms must not permit a member to leave the chamber unless the member is excused by the Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am noticing that there are a number of members who have left, and that is not lining up with who we see as listed on the excused members, and I would instruct the Sergeant of Arms to return those members that are not in the chamber unless they've been excused.
Is there any advice to the Damuth point of order?
I mean, Mr. Speaker, I noticed there are members of the other side of the caucus that are also not present. Should we get everybody back?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I would call upon the Sergeant at Arms to bring back the members who are not in the chamber and bring them back into the chamber. We are currently under discussion of the refusal to adopt the conference committee report. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hewitt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have to tell you that, yep, this bill isn't perfect, but what bill is, right? I'm a little disappointed because, did you call on me? Mr. Speaker, did you call on me?
Representative Hewitt, you have the floor. We are under discussion of the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report, and you have the floor, Representative Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry to my colleague over on the other side of the aisle, also from Dakota, and I don't know if our names sound the same or not, but what an honor. Anyways, I think this bill is great, though. We really worked hard with our partners in law enforcement to get to a position that they really wanted. Our LELO program with the State Patrol has been going really strong for the last 2 years. What this program is simply a program that individuals with a 2 or 4 year degree are eligible to go on and get the GAP program for policing. This is a great program. And what we did with help with our law enforcement partners is open it up to everybody now. All our agencies now are going to be able to apply to this program. We're estimating in the next year, we'll be able to put about 100 new police officers on the street. If you have a 2 or 4 year degree, you can apply to this program. One other program that I also want to bring up that I think is so important, and it actually is from Representative Koznick's district, is the program that we're using horses to heal first responders. I could not believe that this program and how well it worked, and that program is in the bill. Members, this is a good bill. It's a great compromise bill. It's great for public safety. It's great for my suburban area. It's great for our metro areas. It's great for your rural areas. Please vote to get it going from the conference. Accept the conference report.
Further discussion to the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report. I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Members, I stand in support of the Scott motion. Over my years here, especially the last 4 years, I've seen some pretty ugly public safety bills leave this body. Fortunately, they come back better. Not great, but better. This bill was ugly when it left, and it's worse now. We had some good amendments that made it a little better that we were able to put on when it left here. Every one of them have been removed. Not good. We did not hold the House position. It's time to send it back and get our priorities back. It was unfortunate that there was nobody from this side of the aisle supporting those amendments on the conference committee. This is the public safety bill, and we actually have public safety officers on this side of the aisle. Now, I once heard that it takes 10,000 hours working in the field to become an expert in that field. Guess what? We have 4 members on this side of the aisle with over 10,000 hours in public safety. Not in the courts, not in an ambulance, not on a fire truck, but in a squad car dealing with public safety, talking to the victims, interrogating the perpetrators, and doing their best to keep everybody safe, not only in their homes, but on the streets, on the bike paths, on the playgrounds where our kids are playing. They do their best to keep them safe. Now, what we do once law enforcement actually arrest somebody, prosecutors charge them, we put them into the prisons, and they don't behave. One thing that's missing in this bill is funding for safety and security of the staff in our prisons. If you didn't know, just over 2 days, every day of the year, it's like 50, remember, every 52, 53 hours, one of our staff in our prison systems, state employee, is assaulted by somebody that's incarcerated. We've had some with very serious injuries. We've had some that, in fact, no assault is right, especially in the prisons. But what we're finding out is those that do the assaulting get little or zero consequences. And those that are assaulted or go help somebody that's getting assaulted, they've had consequences. Why? But there again, there was some funding at one time for safety and security of our correctional facilities, but it's gone. Disappointing, like this whole bill. There's many things we can talk about on this bill that are not the greatest. I like what Representative Novotny said, where 5 to 7% of those we deal with every day working the streets commit 90% of the crimes. Guess what? If you'd ask Representative Novotny, Representative Whitty, Representative Grossell, that 5 to 7%, we know their first, middle, and last name. We know their parents' name because we deal with them that many times. I could still, after 10, 11 years of retirement, I can still rattle off first, middle, last name, and date of birth on a number of people. Now, there's some other things I was going to talk about. I'll do that on third reading. But I want to remind you why we should send this back. There was a British historian from the late 19th century to early 20th century named Lord Acton. And he made a statement that I think is very true, very wise, and very applicable today. He stated that all power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We need to send this conference committee report back to get it fixed. It doesn't hold those accountable of violent crime accountable. It doesn't hold those who commit horrendous crimes to our children accountable. I'm sure Representative Novotny, Grossell, and Whitty have had to do what I have had to do in my career. We had to actually set up special child advocacy centers to help us. And that's doing an interview with a child who was sexually assaulted. It's one of the worst, most horrific, tragically thing that we had to do. If you want PTSD, go try to do that with talking to a 7 to 8-year-old or even younger little kid that's been sexually assaulted. There's no words that can describe it. I still have nightmares once in a while dealing with it. Send this bill back, get it fixed the way it needs to be fixed, and put the victims over the assailants. Just having to do 1/3 of your time for sexually assaulting somebody, that's absolutely ridiculous. Remember that when you vote. Remember to vote green, to send this bill back to get fixed. So instead of the inmates running the asylum, the good employees of the state of Minnesota can get back to running the prisons, keeping those who commit violent crime, and especially violent crime against our kids, accountable for the horrific things that they do. Please support the Scott Amendment.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And frankly, it was nice to get home for a longer or fuller weekend, but I discovered apparently there's a issue with violent crime across the country and the state. And I wouldn't know that looking at this bill, because in a time of increased crime and violent crime, the legislature should not be passing or a get-out-of-jail-free policy, decreasing the sentencing, probation periods, and et cetera for violent crimes. Any parent realizes that if you don't have discipline, children will push the boundaries. And frankly, there are a lot of states, a lot of cities where they've discovered when they don't discipline criminals, when they don't do what they're supposed to do by the law, current law, they get more crime. I am very tired of seeing where someone's been killed, a older lady has been knocked to the ground with a cracked skull, severely hurt by someone that was arrested dozens of times. And can't we learn from the mistakes of other states, other areas of the country that have seen horrendous things happening? That we got to be serious. If you commit a felony, you need to be punished, and consistently punished. Because I don't want a person that makes a mistake, maybe, and bad things happen, to discover, oh, that's not a problem, that's not an issue. We found that out when it wasn't that long ago or too far from here, of where there was a mob. I would say a violent mob, but some say mostly peaceful. And law enforcement came out and officials came out and said, wait a minute, there's a curfew, everybody go home. And then they left. And the violent mob didn't go home. There were no adults present to enforce the curfew. So what they do, they burn stuff. We consistently say we have to help these communities. Well, it's not helping the community if you allow criminals to kill, steal, burn, and destroy the community. Maybe that's part of the reason, other than taxes, people are moving out of the state. Anyone that's been a parent realizes that by having rules and discipline, the children learn and it helps them. I have met with so many charter and other schools and organizations in Minneapolis, North Minneapolis, and around that have great results with their kids because they have structure, they have rules, their kids learn, they graduate, and they're better for it. Well, frankly, a lot of these felons never learned. And this bill isn't going to teach them, don't do that. Well, I guess they might have with that amendment that says the second time you assault a police officer, then we're going to get serious. But like so many things, this bill isn't serious. And instead of increasing support for law enforcement, which I don't know if you've checked, but a lot of people are leaving it up here in the metro and across the state because there's not support. I'd be a little bit demoralized if I arrested somebody for the 12th time and I saw him out on the street the next week. But apparently that isn't bothersome to some members of the legislature because you think it's better to use unproven things or pass things that haven't worked in other states, other cities, other parts of the country. We're going to save you by doing this. First thing I ever learned in the legislature, where has this been tried before? But apparently, we don't look and see if it's ever been effective anywhere. It sounds good. Let's do it, boy. Yeah. And then, if the legislature was really concerned about the safety risks of individuals, instead of ignoring due process, they would do a 72-hour hold. They would try and confirm and help that person. But instead, this bill, in fact, I think we even had discussion on the floor about having a 72-hour hold. If we think that they are unstable or have mental health issues and are going to hurt themselves or others, we thought do a evaluation and a hold to make sure that they get help. No, let's ignore due process. Let's knock on the door, take their constitutionally protected private property, and then leave. You're not helping that person if they actually need. We need to be concerned about them, their safety, and others by just saying, bye now. Common sense, logic, and reason need to be part of it. Plus, frankly, talk to people that have gone through situations. I've had discussions with people that have had mental health issues. They have gotten through a tough time. Sometimes they'll show me on their wrist where they were unsuccessful. And it hurts that a person had to go through that. And this bill could have something to help them because those constitutionally protected private property items are not the only thing that happen. My wife, for over a decade, was the head of the first responders in Byron. And I would hear the pager go off as she rushed out the door. And then I would sometimes hear the news afterwards. And people still did harm to themselves or ended their lives without the use of a firearm. Are we only concerned if that might be the technique they use? We shouldn't be. We should be concerned about their well-being, their family, and the people around them. But this bill is only concerned about one thing because we had the debate, and that was ignored. Children are precious. Childhood, it's already short. You talk to parents and grandparents, and it's wonderful, the childhood and interacting with the kids and grandkids. And it's so joyful to have the innocent questions and the fun that the kids have. It's a duty to adults to protect children. And frankly, I thought we all agreed on that when we voted unanimously for some verbiage that would help protect kids. Why are I and others concerned? It's because now there are too many things out there that are trying to shorten the innocence of childhood. Let kids be kids. They don't have to be forced to think about adult stuff. There should not be a lack of protection from the sexualization of children. This bill should never have been stripped of the language that was meant to just do that. We'll address that later. No. Address it before stuff happens. The trauma that kids endure should be prevented. And we should send a message that we do not allow the sexualization of children, that we do not have a loophole or vagueness to allow somebody to think that I can do this because I feel like it. We need to be plain and simple. Kids are precious, protect them. That shouldn't be a debatable thing. I am shocked that a unanimous vote wasn't defended in a conference committee. If you want a conference committee with someone that'll defend children, I'll volunteer. There are others that would volunteer. There are core things in society that we need to stand up for. And frankly, I thought we did, but apparently in the conference committee, it was decided, no big deal. Maybe next year, maybe a different bill. The best time to do something is now, not after more horrible things happen. This bill does have some good components, but frankly, the things I touched on about being firm with violent and criminals and felons, it's been lessened in this bill. We know we've got issues with law enforcement, but I think this bill is not addressing those and thinking that, the flavor of the month idea from a nonprofit is better than actually training our law enforcement for different situations. I disagree. And the idea that we are so concerned, neighbors, family, whoever brings it up, about an individual that could do harm, if we're so concerned and we've got the date, let us do something that will actually help that individual and others. Not something that makes us feel good. We took away his weapons. Might make you feel good, but does it? No, it does not fix a possible horrendous issue. Because there have been people that have taken a motor vehicle and had a purposeful accident that killed themselves and others. People with knives, have tried, some successful, to use them in suicide or attacked others or committed suicide by staging something so that they would be shot by law enforcement. I don't know all of the details, I should say, of the calls my wife's been on. I've seen the effect on her when there have been public news stories. I've seen the effect on the family. And if we're going to do something, help those people, because I have talked with people that went through that tough time, and they're better now. They got their help, and they're actually enjoying life, and they're helping others. A lot of them are peer assisting different groups and activities to help others, because life isn't always fun and easy. There are tough times, and we have to look at helping people through the tough times. And sometimes that's a helping hand. Sometimes getting them medical help and assistance. Other times it's to wake them up from doing stupid stuff that hurts their community and others. And frankly, I see good. I don't see what we really need to do. Because I don't want to come back here next year and say, oh, we should have done this. We should do it now. If you say, well, the Senate just wouldn't let us, frankly, maybe talk to a few more people than were on that conference committee, and you might find out that a majority of the Senate would be just like the unanimity of the House. So maybe they're not unanimous, but maybe they have 50, 60 members that would support it. Don't give up on good ideas, and don't give up on doing the right thing. I guess, disappointed. Being in the legislature long enough to see good things come out, and also seeing we should have done this. It hurts when you see in your community, we could have done this, and now we've got a tragedy we could have avoided. Last week I talked, Representative Pinto and I worked together on some human trafficking stuff. And then when he was in the minority and had a good idea, because we didn't do correct work or best work, we had fuzzy language, and a judge used that language and said, sorry, you're free. The law isn't covering what you did, and there were more victims. So Representative Pinto got active to help fix that language. I would love to be able to say next year or later this year, 3, 4, 5 representative names from the majority that were key in doing that extra step to make the bill better. Because frankly, it's not us versus them. It's us serving our communities and our people and doing the best job we can. And if language is is there something wrong? Let's sit down and fix it. And not say, oh, we'll do that next year or whenever it comes up again. Our people and our communities deserve us to work together and do the full job, a complete job, and not use the excuse of, Senate didn't like that. Sorry. Because there are times when you stand up and you fight for what's right. And I'm asking that we send this back, because I have confidence that our members, House members on that conference committee, can stand up and fight for what's right and make this as a better bill, because our communities deserve it. Thank you.
Further discussion to the motion to refuse to adopt the conference committee report for Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Hemmingson Yeager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill. I am very impressed with this bill. As someone who used to work, I would say, in a law enforcement adjacent profession, I'm really impressed with how thoughtful the bill is and truly how transformational it is. I've been classically trained and working to always keep an open mind about everything and to look critically at things to how we can always make things better, and I think that this bill does that. I do have a small provision in the bill. It was brought to me by a constituent who he's a retired correctional officer from one of our state prisons. His story is unbelievable, I would say, because what he has gone through and how he has taken this with him to get positive change is truly remarkable. His name is Antonio. His friend for over a decade, his partner, his colleague, was murdered in a prison by an incarcerated individual. And instead of leaving the profession behind, instead of saying, screw it all, I'm done, he reflected and he saw the pain and he saw that there was a lot of stuff happening that shouldn't be happening. And he chose to take all of what he went through and transform it into something positive. And he started a program with supportive arts therapy. And it's shown success. And it's really interesting because this is supported by educators, it's supported by therapists, it's also supported by the Department of Corrections. And again, I say transformational because it is transformational. It's transformational for the inmates, it's transformational for the correctional officers, and I think it's a transformational way that we as the public and as legislators look at how we view incarcerated people. These supportive arts therapy interventions result in improved coping strategies, improved self-esteem, improved self-regulation, and an awareness of their own body's responses. And this was testimony from a therapist at a correctional facility. Research corroborates that supportive arts therapy leads to an improvement in mood, socialization, which we want these prisoners to be a good part of social society when they leave. It improves their problem-solving abilities, and it improves their locus of control within a correctional environment compared to a control group. Now, what does this all mean? So people want to say, oh, great, the incarcerated person feels happier, whoop-de-doo. It's not about that. It's about someone learning to take what is going on, controlling themselves, looking at their emotions, and using it transforming it into a positive way. This leads to safer correctional facilities, safer for our prisoners, safer for our correctional officers, and safer for our staff. It decreases your disciplinary incidents. So if we really want to deal with our prison system and make sure people are productive on the outside, this has shown success. And on a personal level, I have learned so much, and my own self has been transformed in how I look at corrections. I look forward to joining therapists, educators, the corrections, and all of the other amazing transformational work in this bill. I hope we vote down this motion, and I hope we vote to support this bill. So thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Clearwater, Representative Grossel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I support Rep. Scott's motion to send this bill back to the conference committee. This is a fine example, a prime example of what you get from a single party rule. You don't get a balanced approach. You don't take the ideas, which were a lot of good solutions to a lot of the major problems in our state today. Those get ignored, get pushed aside. You shut the Republicans out of the conference, and you just went ahead with the bills that you wanted, the bills that represent your extreme public safety agenda, which isn't working, folks. It's been how many years of increased violent crime? I know you hear over and over again, it's just an uptick in violent crime. Well, if I had a flag that said BS on it, I'd be waving it right now. And I'd be waving it for the past 3 years. Because nothing's been done. People are dying unnecessarily. We should have been doing something about this a long time ago, and we brought solutions from this side. But you didn't want them. And I look at it, it's just the get out of free card for violent criminals, putting them back on the streets and making the communities less safe. Good job. Got to applaud you for that one. And then you go and put greater restrictions on no-knock search warrants, making them virtually useless and unattainable so that law enforcement can't use those resources to apprehend these violent criminals should they go out and commit another crime, which, if you talk to the Minnesota BCA, a major part of those reoffenders, major part of the violent crimes are from reoffenders. Kudos to you again. And I won't get into the gun bills right now. I'll save that for later, too. Among other things. We've got a list. I got a list, folks. The gun bills, for crying out loud. I asked in committee, will these things actually stop violent crime? Well, here's a clue. Criminals don't go and get background checks, folks. They don't go and get background checks. They go and steal weapons. Or they have somebody go buy them for them. Well, that's straw purchasing. We already have laws on the books. That's a crime already. You don't need to hinder law-abiding citizens. That's all that background check bill does. Hinders law-abiding citizens. The red flag, good Lord. No state has it ever accomplished what you want it to. You say you want to protect, you have it under the guise of, we're going to protect people who are in mental crisis from committing suicide. The CDC, and you can find this, the CDC says that suicides kept increasing in the states that implemented red flag laws. Except for, what was it? Nevada or Connecticut. Nevada was already on a decline before they implemented red flag. And I believe Connecticut, well, that kept creeping up too. So red flag didn't do diddly squat as far as stopping suicides. So again, you put the burden on law-abiding citizens. And that's going to affect your voters, your constituents as well. But I thought there was kind of a shining light of hope when you actually took the Niska Amendment. When you took and you stripped language out of the human rights statute and then realized the mistake you made, and on a 126-0 vote, you voted to put back into the bill the Niska Amendment. You voted right alongside the rest of us to fix that error that you made. Because you know just as well as everybody else that the language that Rep. Niska put in there, it doesn't affect anybody but pedophiles. Okay? It protects kids from people who will sexually exploit them and hurt children. Now, I know there's not a person in here that has anything against protecting children, because you voted 126-0 to put that into the bill. Put it back in there. You supported it. So clearly you believed it was a good language, otherwise you wouldn't have voted that way. But then you went to conference committee, and Rep. Nash put it good. You got played, you got rolled. And then suddenly you thought it was a bad idea again. You should have stuck to your guns, folks, for crying out loud. Oh, wait, you don't like guns. Never. I shouldn't have used that one. Shouldn't have used that one. You should have stuck by what you know was right. And you know it so much that when the old snafu last week on the House floor where somebody got caught in a little bit of a quagmire there and didn't want to tell everybody, oops, I did something wrong here. That was one of the offers made to, why don't we look at that language again and let's work something out. Put some language together that we can put back in here to protect kids from sexual predators. To make sure that that argument isn't made out there, that they're a protected class, that these pedophiles aren't a protected class. And again, the language specifies who that would affect, and it's nobody else. I don't know if anybody else was listening in public safety when the public safety commissioner comes in and says there's a 122% increase on reports of potential crimes, computer crimes against children being reported. 22% increase from last year. Okay? Those aren't all actionable cases, but that's a massive increase that our ICAC, our people who are on the front lines trying to protect kids from these computer crimes, and they're trying to protect them from, guess who? Pedophiles. All right? Those who would exploit and hurt children. I mean, come on. When the Minnesota BCA is having to investigate all of those types of crimes and make sure that they get the ones out of the reports that are actionable, that they can go and work on and try to stop somebody from hurting children, you should have been paying attention to that and not tie the Minnesota BCA up with extra duties helping the police and the sheriff's offices, because, oh, by the way, when you let conditions get as bad as they are, to where you have a mass exodus of law enforcement who are burnt out, and then you're going to take a specialized state unit, which is the Minnesota BCA, and you're going to burden them with extra duties because people have left the ranks of law enforcement because you made the mess. So how are they supposed to do their job when you got them running around, spread too dang thin, doing everything else? You've done the same thing to the State Patrol as well. You need to go back. Well, you need to take this bill back to the conference committee, and if you could, you should take one of our members with you to help you, to remind you we need to protect our citizens. This bill does not do that. And I have to tell, thank you, whoever it was over there that said, you know, I didn't want to support more funding for law enforcement. Well, you got your wish. This bill doesn't do that. This bill doesn't give more money to law enforcement. And it just makes me scratch my head, because when you need the police and they're undermanned, understaffed, who's going to answer your call? Who's going to come help you? They're either not going to be there or it's going to be a long wait. And folks, seconds matter. Send this bill back. Do some good work on it. Do the work that should have been done on it before. And oh, by the way, include one of us. We do have some good ideas. You've said so yourself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the motion to refuse to adopt the Conference Committee report of Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker and members, I would support Scott's amendment to send this back. Unfortunately, as we've heard, us on this side of the aisle was shut down. Now, I do appreciate the $2 million for out of the general fund for communication, but instead of, if you take that $2 million, I've put a lot of time in communications for EMS, police, and fire, because just like we heard, seconds matter. The safety of EMS, fire, police matter also. And if you take $2 million, you don't have to be a math science, but $2 million, the basic need is $250 million. So that's going to take 125 years to reach that $250 million. That's just one of the reasons we need to send this back. Instead of focusing on controversial gun law, we need that type of communication. I'll use an example. This was many years ago. It was Monday night about 1:30 in the morning. And that was one of the nights that there was no moon out. It was pitch dark. Myself and Kayla got called out, my most popular seatmate who goes out. And we had a call that this gal was, we'll just say, having challenges at the end of the community. We're in Browns Valley. Right over the railroad tracks. And so I got on scene. We've turned on all the lights on the outside lights, and don't know, those lights are pretty bright, but it was so dark out. So I got out, and she just goes, "He's not here. Find him." Okay, well, who are we looking for? "He's not here. Find him." I said, "Well, ma'am, we got a call that you were having problems." And at that moment, she decided to touch me, not in a very good way. She was pretty upset. She started to hit me. So Kayla started to call for police, which they were all, which I was glad we could call them, even though they were up in not close by. They were 10, 15 minutes out. And then I was trying to calm the gal down. I said, what's going on? You guys need to find him. Well, who are we looking to find? And she wasn't communicating, so we called fire. We called fire to come and assist us. Now, we're on the northern end of town. That's out. There's a field. Again, no moonlight. It was pitch dark. And she was still not very happy with me, and I wasn't quite happy with her because every time I tried to help her, she was not cooperating with me, and so forth. I don't know, still to this day, I don't know what substance she was on, but anyways, she kept saying, you have to find them. Well, we kept asking who to find, and she seemed to be the little bit I was able to check her out, she seemed to be okay. I mean, she was breathing, pulse, respiration. So fire came, of course, fire asked, who are we finding? I haven't found out who we're finding out. So we set out, literally, we did a call, not a call of the house, but a call of other firemen. Again, this is 1:30, Monday night, Tuesday morning. So we're out in the fields, and I'm talking about why is this significant? Because guess what did we use to communicate? Portable radios. You can't take the radio that's in your ambulance and pull it out of the truck and take it with you when you're out in the field. And then now deputy came. We had the deputy come. And then when the deputy came up, of course, we're trying to find her, and she decided to take off. I don't know if she thought she was on a marathon, but she took off. And I run once a week, and I could not keep up, so we hopped in the rig and hopped in the car. Now, the fire was still trying to find whoever this person was. They're out in the field, and we're communicating by radio. This is why radio is so important, because we took her for her word that there was someone out there. We didn't know what was up with this person, because I've been on many, many runs in which we have, and I could literally, I know we wouldn't want to, but I could go all night on EMS stories. Probably surprises everybody in the chamber, but we've had many times in which we were out in the field of a car accident that we're looking for people in the middle of no place, trying to find other people that were in the car that got thrown in the car. Those are a little bit more serious situations. Anyway, so we were chasing her down, and she went into a duplex, and long story short, we found the person in the duplex that night. They weren't out in the field, so of course, we said, hey, we called fire, said you can go home, go back to bed, and so forth. And again, I share that story not to be like, okay, Jeff's on another EMS story, but I share that story because communication is so important. I do appreciate the $2 million in the general fund. I do appreciate that, Chair. But we have a much bigger need in the state because seconds matter. I have been on so many car accidents that we're out in the field. We call the other mutual aid, looking for other individuals who have been thrown from the car or the pickup. Or like one time, I spent 45 minutes with the fire department, literally inside a semi, making sure to keep him alive where they were cutting him out. And you would not have recognized it was a semi at all. And we're communicating with the helicopters, we're communicating with State Patrol, we're using those portable radios because seconds matter. And that's why it's so important. Instead of passing controversial gun law that doesn't do anything but hurts the right of law-abiding citizens, we need to be using resources so folks like me, EMS, ambulance, police, focus like Representative Novotny, Representative Johnson, Representative Whitty, who have served in law enforcement, can communicate and help the good folks of Minnesota. It is so important. And this is what happens when we don't have members from both sides of the aisle on conference committee. We don't have all the right answers. Not one side has all the right answers, and not the other side has all the bad answers. but together we have the right answers. Members, support Representative Scott's motion to send this back, and let's get maybe another $8 million so it doesn't take 125 years to get the radios we need, because seconds matters. Thank you, members.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt the Conference Committee report of Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I support the Scott motion to send this back to the Conference Committee, primarily because of the big fight we had on the floor the other day. We do our best work when we do it together, and this certainly has not had input from our side. So, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask Representative Scott to yield.
Representative Scott will yield. Representative Robbins.
Representative Scott, are you the lead on the Judiciary Committee for our side of the aisle?
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Robbins, yes.
Representative Robbins.
Would she continue to yield?
She will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Scott, were you appointed to the Conference Committee?
Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins, no.
Representative Robbins.
Would she continue to yield?
She will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Scott, could you talk a little bit for the body about what input you had on the conference report that we're considering tonight?
Representative Scott.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Robbins, I didn't have any input on the conference committee report that we are talking about tonight.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Novotny yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Novotny, are you the lead Republican on the Public Safety Committee?
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Yes.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Novotny continue to yield?
He will continue to yield. Representative Robbins.
Representative Novotny, were you appointed to this conference committee?
Representative Novotny.
No, I was not.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would he continue to yield?
Representative Novotny will yield for a question. He will yield. Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Novotny, did you have any input in the conference report that we are currently debating?
Representative Novotny.
No, I did not. And I really wish I would have, because I would have been able to address the situation with the removal of the NISCA amendment from the conference committee report. It would have been the perfect opportunity for me to explain some of the situations and investigations I've been involved with over my career. I could explain how working in a lower density county that I worked in when it first started, it's getting pretty built up, but even now you can see children grow up. So when I think about some of the cases that I was involved in and some of the early CSCs and criminal sexual conduct investigations I was involved in, it's a community where you'll see repeatedly the same people over and over again. And I thought about the one case in particular that I heard her father shoot himself after we had been called to deal with them. And I remember being at the dentist about 6 months later and seeing that little girl with her family and how they looked at me. And then as she grew up and I watched her grow into a young woman, the effects of the things that her father did had on her and how she behaved and the long-term effects that they had on her. So yes, these are things I could have talked about if I was on the conference committee to try to convince them not to strike the NISCA amendment.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, this is why we want to send this conference report back. The other night, we had a huge fight about how the conference committees are being run, and that committee did have a Republican appointed. This committee, which combines two very important committees in our body, Judiciary and Public Safety, did not get the lead from either the Judiciary or the Public Safety Committee appointed. We have had no input in this process. And I appreciate that during committee you took testimony from lots of people. But members, when you are making this final deal that you bring back to this body for us and ask for our support, but we've had zero input, it's offensive and it's not right for this institution, members. This institution is the people's body where we debate, and the minority side should be included in these conference reports. We know you have the votes, you know you have the votes, but at least our voices should be represented in these conference committees, and that's why I'm supporting the Scott motion to send it back. Please join us.
Further discussion. And next on my list is the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf. Will the Sergeant at Arms please get Representative Altendorf back in the chamber? Next on the list is the member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll just point out it seems there's quite a few members missing from the House floor. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Well, I'm learning a lot. First year in session, first year as a legislator, I'm learning a lot. You're teaching me a lot. I'm learning that you are the party of shutting Republicans out of conference committee. You did it with Representative Daniels, and he was actually on the conference committee. Now you fixed that mistake, and I'm really glad you did. Let's fix this one. We need to refuse to adopt this and send it back to conference committee, because not a single Republican was invited to this conference committee. And the Public Safety and Judiciary Committee. Members, that is wrong. I mean, this is just what I'm thinking. I mean, how much do you think you won the election by? I mean, you did win the elections, but you're acting like it was a 99-1 victory. It wasn't. It was a slim margin. And you're shutting out 48% of Minnesotans out of these conference committees. That is wrong. Send this back to conference committee. Let's do this right for Minnesota. I keep hearing from the governor how we're one Minnesota. No, we are not one Minnesota. We are two Minnesotas. That's become obvious. And one side is being completely shut out in this state. Their voices are being silenced. I've seen a lot of that since I've gotten here. Democrats are the party of shutting out Republicans and half of Minnesota. And this is a good example right here, this bill that represents your extreme public safety agenda. The party of giving out get-out-of-free jail cards for criminals. You know, you can learn a lot from history, and I would encourage you to start learning the history of Chicago, Illinois. I bet you a lot of you in this room don't know this. 26 people shot in Chicago last weekend. 8 of them are dead. 8 people dead. And you know what? It's not law-abiding citizens with legal guns doing it. It's not. I would encourage you to start studying the history of Chicago right now. The weekend before, 20 shot, 4 dead. You want to know why? Because Chicago has already laid this groundwork that you're now laying for Minnesota. cutting criminals' sentences in half. I mean, the direction we're going pretty soon, crimes aren't going to be crimes anymore. And what you're doing is you're just making it a slap on the hand, a slap on the wrist to commit crime in Minnesota. Folks, this is wrong. You want to protect Minnesotans? Let's harden the offenses for crimes. Not make it easier, not make it slaps on the wrist. We need to change direction. And one way we can change direction right now, it's not too late. We can send this back to conference committee. And you know what? I'm new here, so I don't know if we can do this. Can we invite Republicans to the conference committee at this point, or is it too late? Would Representative Daudt yield for a question?
Representative Daudt, will you yield for a question? He will yield. Representative Davis.
Representative Daudt, is it too late to invite Republicans to the conference committee? Because I'm just being vulnerable with you all. I don't know.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for the question. Technically, I think the Speaker, could appoint different members to the conference committee. Really, for us to reject this and send it back, I think this bill's already passed the Senate. I think they had a fairly lengthy debate on it. I personally have mixed feelings about this vote. I don't like what's in this bill, and when I look at the amendments that we had added that have been stripped out, including one of my own, one or two of my own, one at least. I'd like to send this back, but I have mixed feelings on that because there are no Republicans on the conference committee, and what's going to change? I think that Minnesotans, if they were paying attention tonight, would say this is not what they voted for. This extreme agenda by Democrats, trying to pass a bill here. It's also amazing to me that we would call this the public safety bill. This bill isn't going to keep the public safe. This bill is going to, allow criminals more opportunity to reoffend and, certainly do nothing to scare criminals from offending in the first place. And I just think it's a huge missed opportunity. I mean, I do want to send this back to conference committee, but I think we need a new conference committee. I think we need a conference committee that represents or is representative of the voters of Minnesota. And so I do have mixed feelings about this. I look at this provision on the human rights statute where we're removing some language that, frankly, I think needs to be there. I think we need to have in statute language that does, Representative New put it really well when she said we need to not normalize pedophilia. She didn't use that word. I'm using that word. But to paraphrase, I have trouble understanding why it's wrong to leave that language in statute. And I don't care, earlier I had to apologize to drunks on the House floor to comparing them to Democrats. And I'm not going there with this one, but should we be apologetic to pedophiles? No, we shouldn't. That behavior should not be normalized. We should not normalize it in our legislation. And by removing that particular language from the statute, I think it's a step in that direction. And I don't understand it. I don't understand how a provision that goes out of here with 126 votes unanimously in favor and 0 votes against, and then we get a conference committee report back where that language has been stripped out. What are we doing here? You ever wonder to yourself what your role is as a state representative? And you represent the same 43,500 people that they do. But just because there's a couple more of them than there are of us, does that mean they get 100% of the conference committee and they get 100% of the contents of the bill? And the people that you represent get nothing? And that somehow is okay? You know, I look at these gun control provisions in the bill and I think to myself, I don't remember, somebody on that side of the aisle was talking earlier about, I think it might have been Representative Becker-Finn talking about how she doesn't see a lot of logic here in the legislature. I thought that was the most obvious statement I've ever seen, and this bill is the best example of that I've seen in a while. I mean, are you kidding? I understand that you got groups of people that show up in red t-shirts that want you to do something, but you know what they want you to do? They want you to keep people safe. This bill doesn't do that. You look at the number of people who own guns in this state, lawful citizens who don't break the law, who don't commit crimes, and those are the people that this bill is going to impact. This bill, as I look at it, this bill isn't going to impact anybody that actually commits a crime with a gun. What are we doing? And you know what? If you ask the people that show up in the red t-shirts here, their end goal is making sure that nobody has a gun. And you know what that does? It just makes victims out of all of us. Because you're not taking guns out of the hands of criminals, you're taking guns out of the hands of people that might want those to protect themselves. And all at the same time, you know, you're lowering penalties and giving get-out-of-jail-free cards to criminals. So what message are we sending? You can't make it up. And you know what? What you actually need is you need some people from this side of the aisle on your conference committee, because we'd actually talk to you about why those policies aren't going to work. And maybe you don't want to hear it. Maybe just like the other night, how you wanted to, you know, ram a bill through without even having a conference committee, without having the conference committee adopt the report and bring it here. Maybe you want to go back to the people in the red t-shirts and say, look how we solved everything, even though you didn't solve anything. If you don't actually try to solve the problem, you're not going to. And you don't get to have a ticker tape parade for doing nothing. And so that to me is frustrating. And I do have mixed feelings about this. I think I'm going to listen to the debate, and I hope we do have some more debate because I want to hear people's opinions, because I'm a little up in the air on how to vote on this particular question. But I think the point that you bring up, Representative, is valid, because we do have a problem with, you know, 100% of the representation being Democrats on this conference committee. And the glaring holes in this bill where the policy that they're putting in this bill and that this bill represents just doesn't work, not going to work. In fact, it's going to make people less safe in this state. And in a weird irony that I think we've gotten all numb to around here because it happens way too often, we call a bill that's going to make Minnesotans less safe the public safety bill. And we've gotten numb to that. You know what I've learned in my time here? I've learned that if you look at the title of a bill, or if somebody has a little provision in a bill and they name it something, you can almost rest assured it's going to do the opposite of that. That it almost never, it's almost always some sort of, you know, thing for an election that isn't designed to solve a problem at all. And in an honest moment earlier this evening, when Representative Becker-Finn said that there just wasn't any common sense, or whatever the exact word she used, there wasn't any logic, I think is what she said. I thought, and we're just figuring this out right now? You know what we've forgotten around here? We've forgotten that each one of us represents 43,500 people back at home. We've forgotten that people in this state have varied opinions on some of these issues. And I know you like to cite a poll and say, well, 60-some% of the people support this. Well, you know what? 30% of the people support you. So I wouldn't be too high on your polls about how many people support marijuana or support this or support that. Give me a little money and I'll conduct a poll for you that'll give you whatever outcome you want. And every pollster's in the business of doing exactly that. So if you want to cite, how we should be passing some of this stuff because X number of the public supports it, the public sent you here to actually solve these problems, not to prepare for the next election, not to, grandstand because some group that supports you is in here and pretend like you're doing something. And I'm not going to go through the exercise, and I don't have the floor right now to ask anybody to yield for a question. I'm yielding for a question. But if I did, and maybe I will take it later once I get a little closer to making a decision how I'm going to vote on this question, I would ask you about some of the specifics about these provisions. And you know what? You won't be able to answer the questions. It will demonstrate that you don't know about these issues that you're dealing with. And that demonstrates to me that these are the wrong provisions. We shouldn't be passing things that are going to make it more difficult for law-abiding citizens and make it easier for criminals. But that has been a consistent theme amongst Democrats for the last 4.5 years here in the state of Minnesota. And all the while, our streets are less safe. I just read an article, it popped up on my phone today, about 18 cars, I think, in Minneapolis on one street got broken into overnight. Now those are they're not victimless crimes, but they're not violent crimes against a human. That's just breaking into somebody's car and stealing something. And I think we've gotten numb to it. I overheard somebody saying earlier, somebody that actually has a connection to law enforcement, saying earlier that there's a shooting almost every day within a mile of this Capitol. Every day. And we're numb to that. There's not one thing in this bill to address that. Not a single thing. Because the guns that are used in those crimes, this bill won't do anything to stop the movement of those guns. Not one of them was obtained legally. And not one of those people is going to get a background check. And not one of them is going to be impacted by a red flag law. So you're not helping anybody. And if it did, and if it was, you would bring it here as evidence and show it to us. You would say, look at what the data points to. But the data that you point to is just that X number of people want this. Well, you know what? X number of those people, 60% of the people don't want you and don't approve of the job you're doing. And that's in a recent poll. You want us to follow that one? Should we just fold up and go home? I think Minnesotans would be a lot happier if we did, because they know they're not going to get their tax money back. They know they're not going to get their surplus back, because you're busy working on this ideologically, socially divisive stuff, instead of buckling down on the bread and butter issues that are impacting Minnesotans today. They're reeling from the highest inflation in a lifetime. What are you doing to help them? You're spending their surplus, which is going to make the inflation worse, which is going to hurt every Minnesota family. And your excuse to do it is because 60-some% of the people want whatever stupid ideological bill it is that you want to pass today. Nobody believes it. And people are smart enough to figure out at the next election that you didn't do your job, that you didn't deliver. So, Representative, thank you for the question. The answer to the question is the the speaker can replace somebody on a conference committee. I don't have great faith that that's going to be the case. But I think this bill is all the evidence you need to see why it's important that we have a Republican on every conference committee. If for nothing less than for Democrats to just be able to say, you know what, we at least listened to them. We at least took into account their opinion. And before we made a decision that doesn't impact any one of our constituents, but impacts all of theirs, we at least considered their opinion. I don't know if that'll make me feel any better at the end of the day when they pass this crap, but sometimes you feel a little better just when people listen to you. And so thank you for letting me stand up every once in a while on the House floor and talk a little bit, because if it doesn't make you feel, I hope it does, but if it doesn't make you feel better, it at least makes me feel just a little bit better. So thank you for the question.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Daudt, for that short answer. I expected you to go way, way longer. So thank you for that quick answer. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Representative Daudt said that it just makes him feel better when he's heard. You know what? That's what half of Minnesota wants too. We're representatives. I asked Representative Daudt a question, and in his answer, he asked a question to this House. Do you ever wonder what you're doing here sometimes? What you're actually doing here? Yeah, sometimes I don't feel like a representative simply because I'm not heard. I've seen plenty of times where we've gotten shut down on this House floor for violating rules that really weren't violation of rules. So not only have I seen that you're the party who shuts out Republicans out of conference committee, you're also the party that silences the opposition's voice. I don't ever want to do that. This is America. We are the United States of America, and we have these great freedoms that was paid for by precious blood. The blood of patriots who gave all for their country, or at least signed up to give it all for their country, and who survived, and then later battled through survivor's guilt, all for the freedoms that we enjoy. And we're slowly seeing those freedoms dissipate. And we have an opportunity, representatives, to stop the madness. We can lead when it comes to freedoms in Minnesota. Minnesota can be a leader in the United States of America. People can look to Minnesota and go, look at Minnesota, man, they protect constitutional rights that are God-given. That's another thing. The Constitution doesn't give me my rights. God Almighty gives me my rights, and the Constitution just declares it. But I've seen some billboards. We're trying to get rid of him, too. Recently, I've seen some billboards, which I will say is their First Amendment right. But thank you for those questions. Yes, sometimes I do wonder what I'm doing here, Representative Daudt, and I bet you many representatives are asking themselves the same question, because we're supposed to be a representative democracy or a constitutional republic. Choose your term there, your definition there. What I'm seeing is it looks more like an oligarchy. Representative Hudson did a wonderful video on that subject. I would encourage you all to go and watch on his Twitter account. It was Twitter, right? You know what, Representative Daudt? You also asked the questions, are Minnesotans paying attention tonight? They are. They are. I know my constituents are paying attention because they email me, they call me, with their concerns, and there's some things that are happening that are freaking them out. You're the party of decriminalizing crime. Representative, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, would Representative McDonald yield for a question?
Representative McDonald will yield to a question. Representative Davis.
Representative McDonald, can you tell us a little bit about what happened to your son's car the other night?
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you for asking me to yield for that question. Unfortunately, I do have some bad news that last Sunday, my son was here for the PAGE program. He drove down from Delano on his own in his Chevy Blazer. And he said, well, Dad, is it safe down there? Well, yeah, relatively. It's the Capitol. They're staying at the Radisson, the hotel. I said, just make sure you kind of park up front, not in the back. But it's safe. I parked there a couple times when it's snowy. And Monday morning, he wakes up, and his car is broken into. He didn't leave anything out to be susceptible to be stolen, but they broke the mirror, and they shattered his windshield. And I said, welcome to St. Paul, son. So I hope this bill, although I'm very hesitant it will from the experts here and my friends who are in law enforcement, will do anything to squelch the crime that is rampant in St. Paul. Now, furthermore, the Pages who stay at the Capitol Grill, what is it called? The Capitol Ridge, are told to not walk over here from the hotel. If you know where the Capitol Ridge is, the Radisson, raise your hand. You Democrats don't know where the Capitol Ridge is? Not one of you? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, anyway, it's right across the street. And last week, there were some beautiful days. And you couldn't even walk across the street. The Pages were told, don't walk across the street, take the shuttle. Isn't that a shame? Now, I called the police, St. Paul police, never told them who I was. It doesn't matter, make a difference, a hill of beans. Didn't expect it would, but I just said, hey, my son's car got broken into, and they stole about $30 worth of change in his red Solo cup. And to a 17-year-old, that's a lot of money. Anyway, they said, well, fill it out on the line. Thanks a lot. I hung up. Well, I knew nothing was going to be done. There's greater things for them to do, but even on the greater crimes, there's not enough police to do the things. Just 2 days prior to that, a gentleman was shot and killed in his driveway when his car was being hijacked. He was a coach and a father in a beautiful, quiet neighborhood here in St. Paul. Now, folks, if your bill does not stop that, if it does not put the criminals behind bars, if it does not increase their sentence, not decrease it for felonies, then we all should be ashamed and afraid of being here in the cities. And yes, I raise my voice because we all should raise our voice for our constituents who are not feeling safe, even here at the Capitol. I refuse to take a shuttle from the Radisson Inn. I will walk gladly, proudly, and happily from the Capitol Ridge when I stay over the night to the Capitol. And if I am injured or killed, well, I got a better place to go in the first place. But I will not be afraid of the place I work in St. Paul here on the Capitol grounds. And if your bill doesn't deter crime, and put criminals behind bars for their full sentence, then that is a shame and a scam. So yeah, thank you for asking me that, Representative. The car still isn't fixed. I'm going to fix it after session. He's kind of nagging on me. Why don't you fix my window? Well, for $500 or more, it can be fixed, but I can do it myself. So as soon as we get done here, we just pray there's no rain until we're done with session next week. Thank you, Representative, for asking me.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative McDonald, for that information. I know why these things are happening. Representative Dowd, I believe you said 17 or 18 cars were broken into on one street. Remember, I won't have you yield. I know why this is happening, because criminals are feeling it, they're emboldened right now. That's why it's happening. Thank you. They're being incentivized by the Democrat Party and the legislation that you are passing and the legislation that you are proposing to pass. And you're shutting out the voice of half of Minnesota. What are we doing here, folks? What are we doing here, representatives? Would Representative Doubt yield for another question, Mr. Speaker?
He will yield. Representative Davis.
Representative Doubt, would you just share a little bit more from your heart about what you see with criminals being incentivized right now?
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Yeah, thank you, Representative, or thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. That story, I should have pulled it up here while you were talking, and I just saw a glimpse of it really quick. And it's funny because I've gotten so numb to it. It was like, oh, okay, well, at least nobody was hurt, right? But I think it said 17 cars or something on one street overnight got the windows broken out. And there was a picture. It was on, I don't know, ABC or CBS on their website. But I think what it means to me is just lawlessness. I mean, that's what people think of when they think of our big cities. And frankly, these cities should be the jewel in the crown of our state. I mean, they should be a place where people, want to come and go to sporting events and different, events or shopping or out to restaurants. But unfortunately, they're not. And it's not even safe to go to a DFL convention anymore. I was just shocked to see the headlines when even at a DFL political convention, lawlessness broke out. People in the hospital. I mean, it's just shocking. But at least it wasn't a Republican convention, because we've actually voted to try to keep this state safer. So I guess you reap what you sow. And you shouldn't be surprised when the lawlessness that your public policy has allowed to run rampant on the streets ends up in your own political conventions. But I'll tell you, you're going to start feeling the pressure when your friends and your neighbors and your colleagues at your political conventions don't feel safe. So I think the lack of attention on behalf of the Democrats to holding criminals accountable, in fact, really the opposite, letting criminals off with lower sentences, with less, being held less accountable, those are the things that are making our streets less safe. And, for a while we talked about defunding the police. And while I guess I don't know if this bill, does exactly that, but by not supporting our police officers, we have seen, the same effects of defunding the police. The Minneapolis Police Department is down more than half in the number of officers they should have. And that's the sort of thing that allows 18 cars to get broken into on one street, or someone to be shot, or a brawl to break out at a political convention. These are the sort of things that allow lawlessness in the streets. And I have thought for a long time that it's dangerous, the kind of dangerous rhetoric that I've seen coming out of Democrats that has pit the public against those who put on a uniform to protect us in law enforcement. And we owe it to those people who work to keep us safe in law enforcement every day to have their backs and to support them and to encourage people to obey police officers, to listen to them, and to to foster an environment of trust amongst the public and police officers. It's incredibly important. And when you create this narrative, which I have seen being perpetuated from some of my elected colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you are actually undermining those in law enforcement, and you're encouraging this environment of lawlessness. Talk about chickens coming home to roost. Have you read the article about this DFL convention the other night? That's what's going to happen. And it's not just going to be out on the street. It's going to be, affecting everybody in our communities. We can't let this sort of thing run rampant. So we have to make sure that we hold criminals accountable and that they know that there are ramifications if they commit a crime and that they will be held accountable. We can't be reducing sentences and sending messages that, well, we'll just, forgive you and, we won't book you or we won't prosecute you or, you name it. And that's the environment that we have right now. We have criminals not even being prosecuted for the crimes they're committing. And they know exactly what they can do. They know exactly what they could get away with before they'll be prosecuted. And we've got criminals, it's a turnstile of, turning these people right back out on the street so they can reoffend. And Democrats in power right now are doing absolutely nothing in a bill that's oddly enough called the Public Safety Bill, which will do nothing to keep anyone safe. In fact, it will make people less safe. So don't be surprised when the chickens come home to roost. And frankly, you look at a political map of this state, look at every legislative district, red and blue. The crime's happening in the blue districts. It's not happening in our districts.
Representative Long, please state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it is custom and usage of the House that when a member is asking another member to yield, that they answer the question and do not proceed to take over the floor for their own speech.
Representative Dowd, please answer Representative Davis's question. And if you would like to seek the floor to speak on this motion, I will gladly recognize you, Representative Dowd. Please answer Representative Davis' question. I'll be more than happy to call on you if you seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate that just gentle reminder, and it is a good reminder. The question that I was asked was that I could speak from my heart a little bit about how I'm feeling about these things, so I apologize that someone else in the chamber may know a little more about what's on my heart than I do, but I understand, and I don't want to make a mockery of the rules as I have seen done in this chamber within the last 72 hours. So I will stick to that question. And so thank you for the question, Representative. And I haven't decided whether I want to seek the floor, Mr. Speaker. I'm still a little bit with mixed emotion on whether I want to support this because I know that if we send it back to conference, it's just going to go back to the same group of people that made this terrible mistake in the first place. And I guess I would appreciate knowing if the Speaker was going to put someone else on the committee that might bring another perspective. And I think that's why this conversation is so important, right? That we do make sure that people understand that there are different perspectives in this chamber and that those perspectives were not represented in this bill. So that's exactly why this needs to go back to conference committee to get a little better representation of the rest of Minnesota, the people that this bill is actually going to impact. So, Representative, I do feel strongly about the state of crime in these communities, and we live. I live an hour, just over an hour from here, and I'm more than anybody else in my community. I come in when we're in session. I'm here 4 or 5, towards the end of session, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week. So we see it firsthand, right? And it impacts all of us firsthand. But, most of the people back in our districts don't get to see it firsthand. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing myself a little bit here. And I don't want to miss. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. it is important that we do keep Minnesotans safe. If you look in our Constitution, it's literally one of the 3 or 4, and I think it's the number 1 listed, item in our Constitution that government is responsible for, which is keeping people safe. And I think right now Democrats are failing Minnesotans, and I think this is exactly why this bill needs to go back to conference committee, and we need some new representation. It's excuse me, it's that important, and I think we only get one shot at it every 2 years. So it's pretty important that we get it right, and unfortunately this bill didn't get it right, and it's pretty important that we don't send it out of here with less than our best effort at keeping Minnesotans safe. And right now, we have not put our best foot forward. And this bill does not represent that. So it does need to get fixed. As I said, I'm still a little mixed on this particular question because without some assurance that it's going to go back to a different group of people, maybe the better opportunity is for us to just talk about it here more so that people can understand those different perspectives. So I'm still kind of trying to weigh that myself, but thank you for the question.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Daudt, for another short answer and for staying on topic, actually. I asked you what was on your heart in regards to crime in Minnesota. Thank you for staying on point. And by the way, I just would like to share with the body, I am interested in hearing Representative Daudt's opinion on the refusal to adopt. So I hope he does speak to this later tonight, because I would like to hear it. So I'd encourage you to do that, Representative Daudt. Back to this. What are we doing here? Yeah, Minnesotans are paying attention tonight, and criminals tonight are feeling emboldened in the state of Minnesota. And I believe they're getting giddy. I believe they're excited about the legislation that Democrats are passing in the Minnesota House of Representatives. I think that criminals tonight are excited that Democrats are shutting out the voice of half of Minnesota tonight. Minnesotans are paying attention. You know, did you know this, that the seizure of property without a warrant in due process is illegal? Mr. Speaker, would Representative Daudt yield for another question?
Representative Davis, you are pushing too far Mason's Section 91 and Section 95. If Representative Daudt would like to seek recognition, I will be more than happy to call on him, but you do not have the right to use, to ask members to yield as a way to control the floor. So if Representative Daudt would like to be recognized, I will gladly recognize him. Representative Davis, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Daudt yield for a question?
Representative Davis, you have the floor.
Well, I'm confused. Does that mean I get to ask Representative Daudt another question? Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Am
State
I
your point
allowed
of
right now to
parliamentary
ask Representative Daudt, and can he yield for a question?
Representative Davis, as the presiding officer of this chamber, I control the floor. You have pushed too far using the method of asking members to yield for questions as a way to monopolize the floor. I will let you continue to have the floor, and I will certainly, once you have ceded the floor, I will recognize Representative Daudt. Representative Davis, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, because again, I'm learning how this process works, and I represent 43,000 people in the state of Minnesota, and they certainly don't want my voice silenced tonight, because that's silencing their voices tonight, if it is. Am I allowed to ask another member a question on this floor right now?
Representative Davis, you are using asking members to yield to questions as a way to monopolize the floor. If other members would like to be recognized, I will certainly recognize them. But Representative Davis, you have the floor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. So yes, part of my voice is being silenced tonight, District 6A. I'm not allowed to ask questions to any other members right now. So I guess I will continue. Yeah, the seizure of property without a warrant and due process, that's illegal for the government to do. Illegal. I hope you're aware of that. Do you know what a red flag law does? A red flag law seizes my property potentially without a warrant or due process. You see, red flag laws in America are illegal. They're unconstitutional. That's a part of Senate File 2909 too. And that's why we need to refuse to adopt this. And that's why it needs to go back to conference committee. And that's why a Republican voice, a constitutional voice, needs to be heard on this bill tonight. Yeah, I'm learning quickly what the Democrat Party is all about. You know, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, on April 26th, right here on this House floor, the Minnesota House of Representatives, the 93rd legislature, came together in a powerful way. That board and this board, it was all green. Because we had adopted an amazing amendment, And even Chair Becker-Finn said, stating that an adult attraction to children never has been a protected class and never should be a protected class. And if I remember correctly, she said, members, vote green. Why? Because it was a good amendment. And we lit up these boards completely green, 126 to nothing. Something like that is what Minnesota was looking for. And then I go onto social media, and I won't mention names. No, I won't do that, because I know what will happen. But I saw the condemnation of Republicans on social media over this issue. And I'm going, what? I mean, in current Minnesota state statute, under the human rights section, 363A.03 subdivision 44, it says this under sexual orientation. I'm going to read it for you. Sexual orientation means having or being perceived as having an emotional, physical, or sexual attachment to another person without regard to the sex of that person, or having or being perceived as having an orientation for such attachment, or having or being perceived as having a self-image or identity not traditionally associated with one's biological maleness or femaleness. Makes sense? And as before I continue to read, it's pointing out person, another person, and I go, yeah, well, children are persons. And it goes on to say, sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. It makes sense to me and to many Minnesotans that we would draw that line in the sand right there in law, right there. And not really being concerned about, oh, we might be hurting someone's feelings. I think most Minnesotans, if they find out someone is gay or homosexual, they don't go, oh, gee, I wonder if, what? I wonder if they're a pedophile. No, that's not where my brain goes. And I think most Minnesotans, that's not where their brain goes. Or the definition we're moving to, minor attracted persons, that's not where my mind goes. And I think almost all Minnesotans are with me on that. I do. Today, in our day and age, we're not the ones that were making a big deal out of this. You see, it was a Democrat proposal that struck this from law, that's proposing to strike this from law. Proposing to strike this from law. Sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. You know what? I bet you if I was allowed to ask more questions and I asked everyone in this room who's been elected, and I mean everyone, if I asked everyone in this room, and I just read that part, sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. I bet you I'm just guessing, but I bet you every representative in this room would not disagree with that. I bet you I bet you that board would light up. We would all be in agreement. Nope, that's not a sexual orientation. I'm confident of it. So then why are we striking this language? Why are we doing it? And it's not us doing it, it's you doing it. You're the one stirring up the controversy. Yet we're going to go out on our social media and stir it up and blame they're stirring up controversy over this. No. And I'm only halfway done with that point. So we're striking from the language, sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. And then on April 26, we passed I like to call it the Niska Amendment, that says the physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult is not a protected class. We lit up the board green because we were all in agreement. Yep. And I just couldn't help, in hindsight, I can't help but wonder, we'll just strike it in conference committee later. I'm not saying you're doing that. It's just, I can't help but have that thought cross my mind because we've seen it with other conference committee reports too, where you just wipe out amendments that we made on the House floor. And I've struggled with the thought, is this a scam? What are we doing here? Are we a representative democracy? Are we a constitutional republic? Or are we an oligarchy? It's not us stirring up controversy on this one, folks. It is not. I was contacted by many constituents who were concerned that we were not protecting children with what we're doing. Genuine concern. And you know what? I didn't go out on social media and condemn them for it. You want to know what I did? As a representative of my district, I listened to them. I listened to them. And I did a nice little video on it, just laying out the facts. Just a little video saying, hey, yeah, we're striking language that is in current Minnesota state law that says sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. And my constituents are like, oh my gosh, what are Democrats doing here? And they would tell me what they think Democrats are doing here. And so that's why the Niska Amendment came, just to clarify. And you know what? When the Niska Amendment, and again, I'll read it again, the physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult is not a protected class. When that amendment passed, when it was all green, 126 to nothing, you want to know what my attitude was? Yes, yes, this is not what Democrats are doing. It's not what they're doing. This is great news. I believe you. I believed you. I believed you. Because again, we saw it go to conference committee and it got thrown out when it was unanimously passed on this House floor. That was wrong. Are we removing critical and necessary language from current state law that protects children? That's the question tonight. Are we opening a door to remove protection for children with Senate File 2909? I'm going to tell you that's the question that Minnesotans are asking. And they are paying attention, Representative Daudt. They see what you're doing. Minnesota, I want you to know that on this side of the aisle, we're listening to your concerns. And we're not just writing it off as bigoted fear-mongering, as I heard on this floor earlier. What a day in Minnesota when we're concerned about children and we hear about bigoted fear-mongering in regards to it. We didn't stir up this problem. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Further discussion to the motion to refuse to adopt Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Today, I rise support Representative Scott's motion to refuse to adopt this bill and to send it back to the committee. As a freshman legislator, this has been a very different year of legislation. We are seeing this one-sided government that has the governor, the Senate, and the House, and as mentioned, really have left 50% of Minnesota out of the room, out of the negotiations. One of the most important topics that when we were talking to people at the doors, especially after the 2020 riots, was public safety. This, I believe, was in the top two. It might have been the top #1 priority of most Minnesotans as we were out there campaigning and talking to our constituents. What did you want from your representative? Public safety. So we have to ask, is this a public safety bill? Or is this a not so safe public safety? In this bill, we see things like reduced probation times. Minnesota. If this is a public safety bill, and we are having a huge crime problem, a rising crime problem in Minnesota, is dealing with public safety, is it a good idea to be reducing probation times to a maximum of 5 years? And this is retroactively. Minnesota, if this is a public safety bill, and Minnesota is ranked 3rd in sex trafficking, which is not something that I think anyone here in this chamber is proud of, nor should anyone in Minnesota be proud of that number. We are ranked 3rd in sex trafficking. Sex trafficking, members, that is exploitation of our children. So during this session, when we have seen bills come across, bill after bill, the extreme radical abortion bill, which then allows a child to have an abortion with no parental consent. We are number 3 in sex trafficking. Did that legislation increase our public safety or decrease our public safety for our children? This is very concerning. As we passed off this floor and then the governor gleefully signed into law the sanctuary trans bill, does that make that less safe for children in Minnesota or more safe for children in Minnesota? This needs to go back to the conference committee. There are serious concerns for the state of Minnesota wrapped up inside this bill. There is funding for a new, whatever you want to call it, thought police. Incidences is, I think, the word you wanted to use. Incidences that you do not agree with someone else. This story, actually, thanks to Representative Niska over there, who found this, thank you. This made national news. Minnesota, this is wrapped up in this public safety bill. Funding for this database. And yet, the Minnesota media has failed to inform the public. Also concerning, wrapped up in this bill, would be the new gun bills that are coming through. The unconstitutional gun bills. It does matter. People are watching, and they expect us to legislate by following the rules, the procedures. That absolutely is not happening this session. I know in the media we like to show surveys. Minnesotans support these gun bills. How deceiving are the questions? I have heard some of the questions. How deceiving when we lead this with, don't we want to end school shootings? Don't we want to do these background checks? Don't we want to implement red flag laws? How deceiving. These laws are present in other states, members, and it's not difficult to find this out. January 30th, 2023, ABC News. 6 mass shooting in California in 13 days. 6 mass shooting in 13 days. Representative Daudt, I believe, said this. There is no criminal that is out there committing a crime with a gun is going to go get a background check. There is no criminal out there that is going to be flagged on these red flag laws. The mass shootings will continue as they do in other states who have these laws. But unfortunately, we allow this rhetoric to drive this fear and emotion, and we are not addressing the real problem. Members, how can this be a public safety bill and we are reducing sentencing? How can this be a public safety bill and we are making it more difficult for lawful gun owners to protect themselves? Statistically, a criminal, I don't have where I saw this, but I don't have where I saw it, but a criminal is arrested 11 times before they commit murder. 11 times. So if we're reducing time in jail, doesn't that go to tell you they're going to be out more to recommit crimes again? Members, this is not public safety. Last year, I rode with a county sheriff, a sergeant in my district. I rode with him for 4 hours. I'm not sure how many other people in here took that time, but I would recommend, highly recommend to do it. You learn a lot riding with them. And when I asked him what are some of his biggest frustrations, it is that he said he will arrest someone and he sees them back out on the streets. Right now, we have a problem, Minnesota, with recruiting, hiring, and keeping our police working. So is this a public safety bill? Is this a public safety bill? If we are reducing probationary times and making it even more difficult for these police to be working? And I know this has been discussed, but I do want to bring this up. Especially after Representative Becker-Finn had said that we are exploiting kids for clicks. When we're talking about the language of the pedophilia, the Niska amendment from being stripped from this. Members, let's stop with the rhetoric and the emotion. Every one of you in here voted for the Niska amendment. Every one of you voted on the language that says the physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult is not a protected class under this chapter. Let's not play games. Every one of you voted yes on that amendment. Every one of you did. And yet, when we pointed that out to the public, that you stripped out the amendment that you voted for, here's the language. We are spreading a dangerous lie. We are prejudiced against the LGBT community. Crimes against children are still crimes against children. I think I hit that. Minnesota, what kind of world are we about to enter if you're allowing this party to create a database to track people who might think differently from them? And this is a perfect example wrapped up right in this bill. There is not one incidence, not one, and if I'm wrong, please show it to me, where I have seen any member or any person from the public connect that someone who is a homosexual, who is part of the LGBTQ community, anyone, that they linked them to being a pedophile. I have not seen that. I have not seen it. So we can't point out facts in this chamber anymore. We can't point out facts that the definition was stripped out. This was stripped out. Sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. That was stripped out. And then when we found out that you did not want that to be under the sexual orientation clause, we quite honestly, I thought, very respectfully, offered that as the Niska amendment in a different part of the bill. Because we actually tried to listen to you and we tried to understand what the concern was. So I was told the concern was having that language under sexual orientation. That's what I was told. With the Niska amendment, we simply said that pedophilia would not be a protected class. And once again, have never nor seen anyone suggest someone from an LGBTQ community is a pedophile. Never seen that linked. And yet, when facts are pointed out to the public, which apparently the majority party doesn't like, because they are, for one of the first times, actually getting information because we're breaking through the media. We're actually getting the message out that the media is not reporting. And when we do that, we are told this is a dangerous lie, that we are being prejudiced, and that crimes against children are still crimes. Yeah, I agree, crimes against children still are crimes. Why did you vote green? Why did you vote yes to the Niska amendment unanimously and then strip out the language? Are we not here to protect children? Again, there is absolutely no link. There is no link that you are claiming to exist. They are two separate things. Now, down the road, okay, there's many incidences where adults work with children in schools, in daycares, they're coaches. There's many incidences where you might be hiring for a job an adult who's going to be surrounded by children. That's their job. Okay, that's a fact. It also is a fact that pedophiles or minor attracted people exist in our community. That's a fact. Why can we as a body not agree that we have to have some sort of protection in place that if an employer was aware that someone was a minor attracted person, and again, this has nothing to do with homosexuality, nothing. I don't know how I can emphasize anymore. But there are people who are pedophiles, who are attracted to children. Why can we not emphasize then in law that an employer who is not hiring someone who is a known pedophile or someone attracted to minors, why can we not put in law for a wall of protection that employer could deny them employment and there would not be some sort of lawsuit later? Members, we are making laws And we should be crystal clear on the laws to not leave this up to interpretation later. We need to be crystal clear on our laws. That is our duty, to not leave this up to interpretation later. Members, I think it's very unfortunate that it has come to this point, that we can't simply put in our amendment that we all agreed to with a green vote. But more so than that, I think Minnesotans expect us to work together. There is a way that we could do this, and I do believe that the Republicans came to you to try to do this in the best and the most respectful way so that we were respecting all of you. There is a way to do this. It is disappointing, and not only that, but this puts wide open the door of the future of your hate crime database, of how if someone just does not think 100% the way that you do, and we were told this by one of the representative members at the beginning, if we don't agree with you 100%, that all of a sudden we are labeled. This is a scary road to be going down. I would challenge you to look at history. And in history, the party that was trying to silence the opposition, that's never the party that you want to be on the same side with. So members, please support Representative Scott's amendment to refuse to adopt this, as this is not a public safety bill. This is not going to lower crime. This is not going to stop gun crime. And this is opening up our children not being protected in the future. Thank you.
There discussion to the motion to refuse to adopt the Conference Committee report for Senate File 2909. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to address a couple of the things. Obviously, I'm going to recommend a no vote on the motion. Before I do that, I do want to address some of the things that have been said. First of all, it's customary for the opposite party, the minority party, to get on a conference committee if they vote for the bill. And I had great working relationship with all the members of my committee. And after nearly 11 hours of debate on this bill, when it left the House floor, I was deeply disappointed that we didn't have any bipartisan support for the bill when it left the House. In spite of that, however, we have still included a number of GOP provisions in this bill. I count at least 7 in here. I worked really hard across the aisle with Representative Baker on the fentanyl language that is in this bill. I know we both worked very hard on that language. And there are a number of other provisions as well. A couple of items specifically that were mentioned were sex trafficking. Well, good news. This bill has the funding for the Human Trafficking Task Force. It's about $3.6 million per biennium. I also heard a complaint that it wasn't funding safety and security in our correctional facilities. That is not true. We have about $3.9 million in the first biennium, $5.3 in the second. So we do have funding for the safety and security of our correctional officers, staff, and inmates. I also heard somebody say, and I wrote this down, let kids be kids. They shouldn't have to think of adult stuff. And I thought when I heard that, I'm thinking about the kids who've been killed by gun violence. I'm thinking about the kids who've lost a family member or a friend due to gun violence. I'm thinking about the children who are scared of getting shot when they go to school. And I'm thinking about the trauma the kids experience when they're going through the lockdown drills. Members, this bill does protect kids. And as it's been said by others who've spoken, victims are front and center in this bill in so many different provisions. One bill that we haven't talked about yet is a bill related to interference with privacy, and it was a bill that passed with unanimous support off the House floor based on a sexual assault victim's experience, and we worked in a bipartisan manner to get that passed. Unfortunately, the other body didn't move it as a standalone bill, so it's in this one. But that's just another example of the many provisions in this bill that are related to victims and that protect victims. Many of you know that I'm a prosecutor, and when we're not in session, I will go back to prosecute crimes. I will continue to prosecute sexual assault crimes like I have done for 20 plus years. And the laws that we have will currently be in the books to allow for prosecution of sexual assault cases. Nothing in this bill changes that. And in fact, the legislature, with my help leading the way over the last few years, working in a bipartisan manner across the aisle, we've improved our sexual assault statutes together to make it possible to hold more offenders accountable. In fact, raising the age of children who get the protections of our law. And nothing in this bill changes that great work that we've done. And finally, I just wanted to mention the items that were, or the comments that were made about this not being a good bill for crime. This is such a comprehensive bill, and we've talked about some of those pieces already. But I just want to point out just a few provisions to really bring the point home. The juvenile work that we're doing is really critical to some of the issues that our communities are facing right now. I think about the Minneapolis Police Chief's support of the Office of Restorative Justice. I think about Ramsey County Sheriff's support of Representative Herr's bill related to the therapeutic homes in Ramsey County, to his support of the bill that I'm carrying on behalf of the office for GPS tracking of cars that are fleeing from police, stolen cars that are fleeing. And I can't emphasize enough what this bill is doing with respect to trying to solve crimes. When you have a 50% clearance rate for homicides, you don't have somebody to prosecute. And we are heavily investing in the BCA to help our local governments across the state when there's an issue with crime to be able to hold offenders accountable. And I'm just going to read to you a little bit about what this BCA unit is going to do, because I think it's so important to the scope of this bill. The BCA is designed to provide specialized resources, support, and technical expertise to criminal justice partners as they work to bring safety to their communities. One way the BCA and other statewide law enforcement agencies have done so is to create partnership frameworks, bringing specialized skills and knowledge together to abate crime. Law enforcement agencies across Minnesota are experiencing staffing shortages. This BCA unit will fill this need for local agencies and allow for dedicated partnership positions for local agencies to work in partnership to address violence across Minnesota while creating key relationships with the other components of this proposal in the BCA. This unit will combine partnerships, expertise, analytical support, victim services, and prosecutorial guidance to develop investigative strategies to target violent criminal offenders when they harm communities. Currently, there is no statewide violent crime partnership that can assist communities with violent crime problems as they arise. This new approach would form local, state, and federal partnerships to work collaboratively, assisting communities across Minnesota. So like I said, that is so important to the work that we're doing, to the work this bill is doing. The comprehensive, the balanced bill that you have in front of us doesn't need to go back to conference committee. Members vote no. Thank you.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the lively debate today. Members, it's been said over and over again that this bill needs to go back to conference committee for a number of reasons. We've tried to make our point abundantly clear. I think the public is with us on this. They are very concerned about the language regarding the safety of children. And for that reason alone, you should be sending it back to conference committee. Members, please vote to send this back to conference committee. Vote to refuse to adopt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll. I'll remind members that the House is under call and members must push their own button. Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
people were savage.
I've actually never.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. We are now on the Mueller motion to adopt the conference committee report. The clerk will take the roll. I'll remind members that we are under the call of the House and members must click their own individual buttons.
Over here.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 60 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, Senate File Number 2909, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that the call of the House would be ended and further proceedings would be dispensed with.
Representative Demuth moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails and the House is no longer under call. Members, we are now on discussion of Senate File 2909 as amended by the Senate. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative Mueller. This is a big old bill, 522 pages, 20-some articles. If you can't find something in here that you like and don't like, it's not possible. I'm going to limit my comments, I think, on Article 12. It's where I have the most experience. It's the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. You know, you mentioned in your closing comments of the last of the motion to re-refer, and you talked about, you know, being such a good partner and investing in the BCA to fight violent crime, and thank you for that. We need to invest in local gov to fight violent crime. We need to invest in county prosecutors to charge violent criminals. I look at Article 12, and I've got a couple of questions. Mr. Speaker, will Chair Mueller answer a question for me?
Chair Mueller will yield to a question. She will yield. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Mueller, I'm going to ask one question, and it applies to three different areas in this bill, starting at line 264.11, and then we pick it up again. 266.31. These are assessments. And these assessments are vital. They're vital for school-based mental health. They're vital for our MFIP programs. And I'm wondering, I couldn't find in the spreadsheet where the cost to develop the programs and where the cost to do the assessments is covered. Is there any money, is there any appropriations to the department to do these extensive assessments that are called out in this article of the bill?
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to answer your question, this program is essentially going to pay for itself the way the DOC has designed it. This is a Chair Becker-Finn bill, so I would highly recommend that you ask those very specific questions to her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Chair Mueller. Will Chair Becker-Finn yield to a question?
Chair Becker-Finn will yield to a question. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you. I want to direct you to line 264.3, starting at 264.3 down to 264.11, Chair Becker-Finn. How do you anticipate, how did the department say that they were going to develop, implement, and provide these extensive programs? And it goes further to say, well, evidence-based programs are to be prioritized, selecting, designing, it goes on and on. I mean, evidence-based programs are incredibly expensive, and they're costly to deliver because they have to be delivered with fidelity. So can you tell me where and how the Department of Corrections has determined that they're going to pay to develop these extensive programs?
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the program actually saves money because locking people up is very expensive. So the savings from not having people locked up unnecessarily will offset the cost to provide this programming. There's actually enough of a savings that the The second R is the reinvestment part, and part of that is that the savings would be directed, would be split up into a couple different accounts, including a victim services account and some of the money going back to the general fund. But overall, it more than pays for itself to make this change in the way that corrections operates.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Becker-Finn. She would yield for one final question on this.
Representative Becker-Finn will yield to a question. Representative Nadeau.
Chair Becker-Finn, did the department tell you when they would be able to realize those savings in order for this to be a cost-neutral proposal?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have the exact date, but I mean, we've also got, sorry, I was seeing if somebody was trying to text me that exact answer. You know, some of the debate has actually been that we're not going to be implementing this fast enough, but because they need to kind of lead up to get to this point, I'd expect that the savings would be around the time that we would start implementing the program. I would guess 2025, but I can't say for sure. I don't have an exact date that was given.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and thank you, Chair Becker-Finn. It's the fact that we talk about these being cost neutral and investing upstream. Those are real investments, and there's nothing in here that would show me that we're gonna save money. And I can go down the list. I'm not going to, but we're going to develop some pretty important programs that I think are important. I'm one of those people that believes that we should start preparing people who are incarcerated to be released the day they go into incarceration, because they're getting out. 99.7% get out. So I believe in the general consensus of what it is you're doing here, but I don't see the money. And when we look at line 264.13, it says we're going to develop these programs acting within the limitations imposed by the funds appropriated for the programs under this section. There are no funds appropriated under this section. There's no funds. We can say that we're going to, take future earnings and we're going to invest them at some point, which is great. But there are no funds appropriated. These programs will not be designed. Evidence-based programs will not be purchased. They cost too much money. They don't give them away for free. So that's just the initial part. That's just the start. That's just the programs. Then we move into at that point, we move into the assessments. And I don't mean to peel this thing apart, but details matter in what we're doing. A comprehensive assessment the commissioner must develop. This is the second big cost. The first one is the Thank you. I'm corrected. There's a little money in there for the evidence-based programs, and I think it was enough to do it. So thank you for that. I missed that. Thank you. So I'm on to the second on the comprehensive assessment, which is the second big cost. I'm not going to ask for the appropriation on this, because if you have it, just wave your hand and I'll be happy. But the second one is basically the commissioner has to develop a comprehensive assessment program for each person. That's the assessment for the individuals, and then they have to build the rehabilitation plan, which is line 267.7. I didn't see in the spreadsheet. I could have missed it. Will Chair Becker-Finn yield to answer that question for me?
She will yield. Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The department's already doing those assessments, so it's already wrapped up into their maintain current service levels dollar figure that's appropriated in this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Chair Becker-Finn. So I'm not sure it's going to be built in there or not. I do know that when a student goes to be assessed for school-based mental health, those assessments run anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per student. So it is a significant cost. And then the third big cost is, of course, the individual rehabilitation plan that has to be done, that has these identified goals. It affects the incarcerated person's needs and risk factors, the person-identified strengths, available and needed community supports. This is a significant program. I don't see how it is completely funded. I am glad that we are going to build evidence-based practices. Hopefully, they're going to be delivered with fidelity. I'm not sure. I didn't hear it, but it is important. And the biggest thing that I have a concern with this particular article, and I'm not even going to get into the earned incentive releases. That I don't think that's done anywhere in the country, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But too many reforms, or the attempt to reform too many things at one time, breaks things. And with this population in Minnesota, we have one of the highest recidivism rates in the country. And as we go through here, we look at the abatement status, the supervision abatement status. Once people are released, they're out in the environment, then we're going to immediately put them on a new status where they don't have to meet with their parole officer, but they still have to continue to they don't have to report anywhere. And so we still have that same problem of releasing people into the community without aligning them with the proper supports that they're going to have. This article, as much as I agree with it in general principle, I don't think it's workable. I'm glad that there's some money for evidence-based programs, but I just don't see how this, at least in metro counties, is going to be a very, very easily implemented program. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks so much. I just want to talk really quick about a few things that I'm just frustrated about that did not make it into this bill that would make it better. Leader Demuth's Stand Your Ground amendment that was offered was not adopted. Living in the rural district, it's possible that, an officer, depending on where they're at in my county, could be 15, 20 minutes away, if not even further. So I'm curious what we're supposed to do about that. So I believe not only is the attack on the peace and police officers in the Twin Cities through bad policy right now, but in the metro, it's also impacting our rural areas. The concerns I have around red flag, the red flag law is an infringement on our Second Amendment rights. We've talked about that and heard a lot about that tonight. And I want to speak on that again. It doesn't address or reduce violence if an individual is considering suicide or mass carnage. If you remember back in November 21st of 2021, the Christmas parade in Kenosha, Wisconsin, very awful. A gun was not used in that mass carnage. A vehicle was used. And 6 people were unfortunately killed, 62 injured. And those lives are forever changed due to a vehicle and mental health crisis that an individual is experiencing. I just want to note also the stabbing death of a student at Harding High School. This year, if people are needing help with their mental health crises, how are these provisions and these policies going to help these folks that are struggling with those things? And just also noting just the exchange and purchases of illegal guns will not stop with this new law.
and law-abiding citizens will be impacted and be on the short end of the stick. I also was really disheartened to hear that Senator Julia Coleman's amendment was stripped in conference committee as well, to keep level 3 sex offenders to not reside within an area of daycares and of children, of minors. It is frightening to hear, and this is not only happening in big cities. This is in little towns and little areas as well. And for that, I rise, and I thank you for your time.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Perez Vega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to shed light on a matter that continues to affect our communities throughout the state, and an incident that happened, a tragedy that happened, that shed light for me to be in this space here today. I want to give praise to the work of both committees, but highlight the life and the name of Amir Locke. Amir Locke is the son of someone that means a lot to me, who I spoke to the day after Amir Locke was taken away from Minnesota, was taken away from this world as an innocent 22-year-old black young man who followed the law, who had dreams of being a musician like his father, Andre Locke, who called me, responded to my text message and my condolences that his son was taken away tragically at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department in the state of Minnesota due to a no-knock warrant where he was not the name listed. He didn't have a warrant for his arrest, and he was an innocent, law-abiding gun owner. This replay of tragedies that we see, in particularly of black men taken away at the hands of the law. I'm friends with police officers. I have police officers in different states that are family members. They kept calling me to ask me what's going on in Minnesota, but what's going on in this world? What's going on in our nation? And through tragedy, we have to find triumph, and we have to find medicine to cure these poison actions. And what we are here today defending is policy towards steps of justice for so many lives. The lives of colleagues and friends of mine that have been taken away at the hands of law and that the whole world has seen. We yell justice for Amir Locke when we talk about what we're hearing here today. We say justice for Philando Castillo, who is a law-abiding citizen who had a permit to carry, like his mother taught him to protect your right as a human being, but also know the law. And I think about my colleague and my friend and a protector who made sure that my band was secured in nightclubs that are not always safe on the inside and the outside. George Big Floyd. When I received a phone call on that February of 2022, in response from Andre Locke, the man who is, in his words, tired of having to humanize his son, to say this is why we need folks in this chamber to run, to speak up for our communities, because we're tired of grieving and living in this pain. I want to shed some medicine to the poisons of trauma that for some folks it's another hashtag. For some folks it's another, I'm so sorry. What are we going to do? How do we tell our children, whether they're black, brown, white, our Minnesota kids, regardless of how their parent vote in that box, we have to think about them. And when I think about the work that has been dedicated to Representative Mueller, Representative Baker Finn, champions of policy that have cared to listen, and the committee members that have cared, and the public that have given testimony, and I think about the mothers who grieve due to gun violence, like Katrina Mendoza, a constituent of mine. The mother of my friend, Gabriel Dino Mendoza, who was taken away due to gun violence as he was a proud security guard protecting patrons in a place of business due to guns that are accessible and shouldn't be. I think about that. I think about the mothers and the fathers and the sisters and the brothers and sisters like Maricela Thielen of the West Side Leadership and Youth, whose brother Mauricio, who was like a nephew to me growing up. And our Barrios, who graduated from Augsburg, who loved to do danza, who loved his state, was taken away by a gun that went off at a Halloween party. I think about the cries and the tears of so many parents and children. So many students of mine that have had to been rushed into a closet because it's not a drill. Someone has a gun outside going inside the building. And then we're supposed to just click back and go back to class like it's normal after the code red goes back to code green. No conversations with our kids. Go back. That's what's been normalized in our Minnesota system. And this law right here gives hope. But more than hope, it takes action. It takes action so that we don't have to have those phone calls from our friends saying, please don't give up. I spoke to Andre Locke before we came back in from recess, the father of Amir Locke, to tell them that I'm praying that he doesn't have to continue to go into chambers and to committee rooms, whether it's in this state or in Washington, D.C., so that folks care, whether they know the victim or not, that folks care about public safety for all, whether you're on the side who has a badge or the innocent victims that are being taken away. It talks about communication, having conversation, having healing. There's nothing in this world that can bring those names that I've said. Nothing in this world that can bring the students that have had this crisis of living with fentanyl and opioids in this crisis of this world that's placed outside in the schools. This is what's taking action. Taking action is what you're hearing and what you're reading in this bill. It's not ignoring the fatalities on both sides. It's ignoring. We're done ignoring. We're here to take action. Action is a part of the word reaction. We are going to react today with change. I want to bring back, and I want to give a moment of silence to the law officers that were taken away, the innocent victims on all, whether you had a badge or not, whether you're a human being that has been affected by the injustices of what's in public safety that hasn't been cured. I want to smile though too. I want to smile because we cry too many times. We're telling our kids to dream when we're living in nightmares, when their brothers aren't there, when their tios and tias aren't there, when they say, why do police kill people or why do people kill police? This is about why are people killing? Why are people in a space that isn't safe? We're making our state safer. Whether you believe it or not, I want to leave here with the words of Amir Locke's family, Andre Locke, and the sounds of blackness that I remember when our great Senator Paul Wellstone and his family had their funeral. Sounds of Blackness stood up there, the family of Amir Locke, and sang, people all over the world, join hands, join the love train. And their family is still singing that with songs like So Thankful that was recorded after Amir has been taken away, and we witnessed that nightmare, all of us in this chamber. I'm pretty sure everyone's seen it. If you haven't, you shouldn't. Listen to the song So Thankful by his family. They're thankful that they're here. And they're thankful that they're able to not have to have Amir Locke live in vain with his name, but live so that there's no longer another Amir Locke through the injustices of what these no-knocks have been. That they can be thankful for a life to have hope and to continue to shed and be lived for. They're thankful for this. They're thankful for not giving up. They're thankful for Representative Thina Hollins carrying this on her shoulders with our Posse Caucus to care enough and Representative Cedric Frazier to care enough to inform us that this is about not stepping back. This is about stepping into a future and where our kids can dream and not live in nightmares, in which those siblings of Amir Locke can say, Amir's life has been recognized through this policy. Amir's life will be celebrated. Big Floyd's life will make sure that the police departments can get better because there's accountability happening. Philando Castile will thrive not only through the students that remember them, but that Minnesota remembers that we don't want to go backwards. We want to move pa'lante. We want to move forward. And with that, thank you, Representative Breon Curran, for taking that call, for knowing what it is as someone who has served as a law enforcer, someone that is continuing to stay dedicated to the law now and saying, this is why I'm here, Maria. And taking up to State of the Plate to being outside with so many family members when we were here talking about this law on Amir's angelversary. We're done having angelversaries. We don't want no more angelversaries. We want to celebrate cumpleaños. We want to celebrate graduations. We want to celebrate those record deals that Amir Locke had awaiting for him. This is a part of that celebration. Thank you. I urge a green vote. Gracias.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, we had a really long and robust debate about Democrats shutting out Republicans out of the conference committee and the final wrapping up and putting together of this year's public safety bill. But this bill, since Republicans were shut out, represents the Democrats' extreme public safety agenda, and that's unfortunate. But to me, one of the most egregious parts are the infringements on our Second Amendment rights. And while I'm not a big hunter, I did have a permit to carry and have recently renewed it. A citizen's right to protect themselves under the Second Amendment and to have that infringed is enough to not vote for this bill. And as a body here in Minnesota, it should be even more evident that we're moving in the wrong direction when we look at what happened in the aftermath of George Floyd and the riots that broke out. I'll give you a couple examples. I toured with many of my colleagues across the aisle, many Democrats, on the east side of St. Paul, a couple of the stores that were looted and rioted, where business owners poured their life savings into their inventory, poured their heart and soul into their businesses. And I went around so we could assess really what happened, came into the St. Paul on this one particular occasion, and we were at a liquor store. And the owner of that store stood behind the counter as people just came in and took his inventory just because they could, and the police were not able to respond. And his message to me was, I should be able to protect my business and stop people from stealing from me so blatantly. He wanted castle doctrine for his business. And he wasn't your typical Republican. I don't know if he is. But as a business owner in the urban core, I heard him. And it reinforced why we need Second Amendment rights. When we have martial curfews, kind of martial law put in almost during the riots, our businesses were shut down. We were told there's curfews. We couldn't go outside. That was a scary time. And there was a lot of angst. There was another business in the strip mall up University Avenue here. Mobs of people were coming out ready to loot and riot, steal inventory at this particular family's business. It was a hair care products. The police came. He had video of it. About 4 or 5 squad cars came by. They checked it out, scared the crowd away. But the police had other things that needed immediate attention as well. So as soon as the police left, guess what happened? More looting, more rioting. The crowds came back, smashed his front windows, destroyed his business, tipped over the racks and racks, and just carried out all his inventory. I went up to him and thanked him for letting us come into his business. And he told me also he wished he could have protected his business and that we need to be able to provide Second Amendment rights in those situations. But those are Democrat areas that I experienced. There was another, those were in St. Paul. Representative Gomez likes to call me out friendly for visiting Mercado Central. And we went on a bipartisan tour of Lake Street. Some of you were with us, and some of our Republican colleagues were not able to attend, so we came back, I think, 2 or 3 days later, and we were invited to meet with the owners, the business owners in Mercado Central. And they explained to us how they banded together, stayed up all night for fear that their building was going to be burned down, that people were going to come armed and steal their livelihoods, steal their inventory, burn down their business, their kitchens, and that they needed help. And ironically, a couple days later, there was the second round of riots. And one of the gals that was there sent me a text message. Representative Koznick, can you come help us protect Mercado Central? They're coming at us again. We need people to help us. It probably wouldn't have been the best place for a state representative to be standing out vigil in case riots, and they did. There was people out on the streets, and it was not safe. It was after they shut down the freeway that night, and so I couldn't come up to the cities even if I wanted to, but it probably wouldn't have been the best place for me to be at. And in case something happened, you really have to think twice before using that use of force. It comes with responsibility. But that is a responsibility that's enshrined in our Constitution. And this bill, whatever you might think of the other provisions, when you infringe on the constitutional rights, it's enough to vote no. But those are stories in the inner core where visibly you could tell public safety was in deep, deep danger. But I will tell you about stories in as north as Blaine and also in my area in Lakeville, where I had business owners boarding up their own shops in strip malls. And I've heard from constituents very, very concerned because they either worked in the areas that were affected or they were concerned that it would spread out even further. They were ready to exercise their Second Amendment rights. I have constituents that have told me they put their firearms underneath their bed and didn't sleep easy because they knew if something broke out, the police may not be there to help them right away. So I appreciate the work. Representative Mueller was kind enough to give me a hearing on one of my bills. And we found another home for it. It's not in this bill. Representative Hewitt. I was going to ask you to find it just for a little fun. I exercised earlier today, if you could find it in the bill for me. But it's okay. We have it in a different bill. So I appreciated the hearing, and I know you worked hard to help stem the tide of police PTSD, and it should help improve retention. So thank you for that hearing, and thank you for considering that originally. But ramming this controversial gun control laws that won't address the root cause of so much of the gun violence into this bill and infringing on the rights of others is enough to vote no, and so I will be voting no for this. But I appreciate the work, and I think we should reconsider when we're infringing on people's Second Amendment rights.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. So some of this bill has things in it that make sense, and then there are other things that are no good. But then, members, there's something in this bill that, it's absolute nonsense. And it makes me almost want to ask someone over there to yield and say, have you lived a day in your life if you think this is a good idea? Or how naive must you be to think that $70 million going to violence interrupters is a good idea or a good usage of government funds? Now, members, this is a lot of money, and it's being given willy-nilly to anyone and their grandmother who wants to get in line and say, I'll be a violence interrupter. Members, what does that even mean? What does it mean to be a violence interrupter? So actually, members, I looked it up, and I looked up some of the requirements. And granted, there's very little in the form of requirements. I could probably walk in and say, I've got some experience not committing crimes, and I could probably win a grant with this. But I found out that in order to be a violence interrupter, according to one of these nonprofits, you receive 20 hours of leadership training. Members, that's less than 3 full days of work. You get a leadership course, and then there's another certificate that you could achieve, which is a 40-hour violence interruption and reduction certification. So if you're fully qualified, you have 1 week and less than 3 days in order to obtain a job that pays $30 an hour. For a week and a half's worth of work, you can obtain a nonsensical certificate that's printed out using Photoshop probably or some Word document that says you are trained. Now, members, the least required amount of training in the United States to be an actual public safety officer or a peace officer, the lowest amount of training in this country is 20 weeks of training. That is 800 hours. And there are people who criticize that, saying it is not enough training. Now, members, if a police officer with 800 hours of training is not trained enough, as some individuals on the other side of the aisle would argue, I would most profusely argue that 60 hours worth of violent interruption training and leadership training is far too little in order to safely perform any form of violence interruption. And one of my biggest concerns, members, is what happens when, due to that lack of training, someone does something wrong. Who's liable? Who pays for that mistake? Because it's going to happen. And you're naive if you think it will not happen. Now, members, this sounds a lot to me like vigilantism. And there were groups in history, I know you all really love history like I do. In 1859, there was an organization that came together and they called themselves the Anti-Horse Theft Association. And they were devoted to preventing horse thievery. And I think they were fairly successful on that. There was a man just a couple years ago, actually, he called himself the Shadow Hare. He wore a mask, he had a cape, he had a hare on his, a little rabbit on his front of his shirt. He walked around with handcuffs, a taser, and pepper spray because the city of Cleveland, Ohio, allowed that legally. He was a member of the Allegiance of Heroes. Legitimate, I'm not lying. Between 2005 and 2010, this Allegiance of Hero member walked the streets, and he interrupted violence. Along with 3 of his friends, they all wore capes. One was named Elliptico, another was Wall Creeper, and the last one was Master Legend. And they fought crime on a daily basis, members. He actually dislocated his shoulder in one encounter, and the chief of police of the city that he was protecting is quoted as saying, he's putting himself in jeopardy for something he's not trained for. We just don't want someone to get hurt. Members, in 2011, he stopped wearing a mask. He actually joined the United States military, so thank him for his service. But members, if you spend 20 weeks of your life becoming trained to be a police officer, but you only need to spend a week and a half to become a violence interrupter, this is nonsense. What you are doing is absolute nonsense. I can't even, I can say you've got some things that make sense and some things that don't make sense, but this is literal nonsense. $70 million worth of Minnesota taxpayer money is being thrown away. And you're naive if you think it is not. For that reason, 70 million reasons why you should vote against this horrible idea. This absolute nonsense, members. Vote red.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, last week of session is always very boisterous and lots of energy. I want to rise to speak in favor of some of the great provisions in this bill. I've always been known for my bipartisan work. And many of these provisions are bipartisan. So the supplemental nonprofit security grants is something that is matched with the Department of Homeland Security. It's important because it makes sure that we can harden many of our religious facilities. And just saying that is kind of sad. We had a mosque just a few weeks ago that was vandalized in Representative Hassan's district. And as a Jewish member, Minnesotan, I can think of 5 times in the last several years that my kids couldn't attend religious school or synagogue because there were threats against our synagogue. So those grants are important and needed. I would also want to just bring up the sexual assault victim, which matches, what it does is it does payment for medical forensic exams, and it aligns how the state pays for it. Counties right now and hospitals struggle with how much it costs, and it can be hard and unpredictable. So this is really, Minkasa has done a lot of great work. It is a good bill. There are so many things in this public safety bill that is led by a dear friend and prosecutor who is very balanced. I know we like to say things in this chamber that sometimes are not true, but that is true. And last, I just want to talk about how important the 2 gun legislation provisions are. In 1999, I graduated high school. Yes, do the math, I'm old, 42. In 1999, the Columbine mass school shooting took place. And it was honestly shocking and terrible. I think many of the people my age, 18 years old, getting ready to head to college, were scared. How could that happen in Colorado, not that far from us? And here, fast forward, where we are today, since then there's been 380 school shootings. 380 school shootings. And do you know what, I think several of our members on the other side of the aisle, and regardless if we don't agree on this, I still like you. We can be kind to each other. Hopefully we actually look at the same facts. But do you know what most mass shooters have in common? They all bought their guns legally. Most of them, excuse me, 77% of them bought their guns legally. 77%. Those are the facts, looking at law enforcement data, and it has been compiled. These are true facts. And I just want to say, as I wrap up really quick, I've been here for 5 years, and I've heard, we have disagreements. I represent Edina. I know you guys like to tease me, but Edina usually, we try to find middle ground. We really do. And the seat has been represented by Democrats and Republicans. I am sad by some of the things that I am hearing on this floor tonight, by some of the calls and emails that I have got from constituents about some of the provisions in this bill that are completely false. And many of you know it, and you say it anyways. We need to do better. Thank you. Vote green.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Todd, Representative Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. We do need to do better. Part of the process here is to listen to both sides. And that's important. Our voices are important. The people we represent are important. When it comes to the Second Amendment issues, these are important, and I've listened. And I've heard the stories about crime. And every time there's a crime, it's involved with a gun. But the other side to this is the tradition and what we have out in Greater Minnesota. So I'll explain it to you, and hopefully you listen. At a very young age, generally your dad, uncle, grandpa, whatever it is, shows you the safety of dealing with a gun. The safe handling, how to respect it. You never aim it at a person. Never. First thing you learn, always to handle it safely. We didn't have locks on our guns. They're in a cabinet. Actually, it was right beside the liquor cabinet. Granted, there was nothing in there for liquor, but it was always called the liquor cabinet. Didn't have to be locked. We knew to treat them with respect. There was not a single crime committed with a gun in our household. As a matter of fact, if you look out in Greater Minnesota, there's hardly any crimes that are perpetrated with guns out in Greater Minnesota. What you have here is a cultural issue. We look at this as not a bad thing with guns. You're taught at a young age to respect them. At about 10 years old, you start getting excited for your first year of deer hunting or bird hunting, maybe shooting clays. 12 years old now, you get to go out there with your parents, mom or dad, grandpa, whatever the case is. And you take that first deer or that first pheasant, and it is a joyous occasion. It's something that years later you're going to have this picture of that animal, that memory of something fun, enjoyable, tradition. We don't look at guns necessarily as this evil because we don't relate it to crime. And that's where there's a big difference. So when we look at a little bit of the statistics, it's estimated that 3 million times a year, a gun is actually used to stop crimes. To stop crimes. We hear about the tragedy when crimes are used, or guns are used to perpetrate a crime, but they're also used to stop crimes. And we look at gun control and how well it's worked in other areas. Let's just look at England. We always talk about Europe and how Europe does this and it's a great thing, and Europe does that, it's a great thing. Well, Europe, or actually England, enacted gun control. What happened? An increase in crime. Interesting. So now with our society the way it's going and the rise in more crimes across not just the metro but all over our country, the biggest groups of people who are actually purchasing guns right now for self-defense are minorities and women. Interesting statistic. We know that a gun, I think Samuel Colt said it, that all men are created equal, or no. Now I'm going to screw up the quote. That God created man, but Samuel Colt made all men equal. That piece of machinery is used by women to protect themselves on many different occasions. When you're attacked by a man and you have a weapon in your hands, you can protect yourself. It is the great equalizer. I tell my wife, who's an avid shooter, to keep it close when I'm not there. My kids know to respect it, to keep their hands off of it. Not even a single accident in our house. And it will probably stay that way. I hope it stays that way. So when we look at this and we talk about sharing in committees and why we have these discussions and why it's important to have both sides, these need to be heard. When you're always associating guns with a crime, I can understand the negative connotations. But the truth is there's way more positive connotations for many of us. And we didn't even have a voice at the table. So not only, somebody had said many times here that the Republicans didn't have a voice at the table. That's not quite accurate. Our people, half of Minnesota, in many of these committees did not have a voice at the table. You talk about how close the race was. 4 races in the House of Minnesota, or in the state of Minnesota, by less than 1,500 votes total. That's how close it was. This was not a wide majority. This was razor-thin margins. And you're yielding that victory like a club. Is that the way that we're supposed to represent the people in our state? We used to have these posters in high school. I thought most of them were kind of stupid, but there was one that kind of sticks out. It's better to lose with integrity than win by deceit. You guys have the numbers. But when you don't put people on the committees so that the voices are heard, that's as deceptive as we can get. And you're not giving people in Minnesota the voice that they have, that they need. If gun control wasn't the only issue, we also have the pedophile issue. Which to me, and this is just one simple thing that I would like to point out, because I think it bears saying. Not too long ago, there was a design that was presented to change the LGBTQ flag. And it was rejected by the LGBT community because they said pedophilia has no place in our community. And yet we're changing the language of the bill in our state to normalize this. Think about that. So with that, I think pretty much everything's been covered on this bill. There's a few good things, there's mostly bad things, but the Second Amendment was enough for me. And somebody said, do we even have a voice here? And I thought about, drawing a blank again. George Orwell. When somebody asked him about his vision of the future, he said, imagine a boot stomping on a human face forever. That's the way it feels sometimes in this hall, when our voices are not heard. Do you want to have victory by stomping on other people? I don't. And I never will. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Carlton, Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, fellow chair, members. This bill, I try to be bipartisan when I look at things and look at my approach to things. And there's some things in this bill that I can agree with. I've actually got some things in this bill that are good, that are great for my community and great for the residents of Greater Minnesota. But when you look at the root of this bill and the long-term effect of how this is going to affect Minnesotans, our country, that's what we have to focus on, is what's the long-term effect? What's the agenda behind the agenda? I can respect Representative Nash when he spoke over here about being played. I thought that we could work along party lines and try to get some things done. I as well feel like we were played. 126-0. 126-0. You hear what I'm saying? 126-0. And now all of a sudden you forget what was agreed upon? Come on. We can do better than this. I mean, we were elected by, 43,500 people to elect our districts. I don't know about you, but my email's been lit up tonight. In our district, they're opposed to this bill. If all else fails, you look at the Second Amendment. Our constitutional rights are at stake here. Does anyone even know what the Constitution reads anymore? Who's looked at the Constitution lately? Do any of you guys over there, have you looked at the Constitution? Have you read the Constitution? Yeah. Look at it. We're stripping rights away from our law-abiding citizens. Yet, when I grew up, I used to always hear the words, if you don't do the crime, or if you're going to do the crime, prepared to do the time. We're giving get-out-of-jail-free cards to criminals. Friends have asked, Jeff, how do you navigate through this session? Which is a great question. How do I navigate through the session? I almost have to look at it as, if it's being spoken, you almost have to believe just the opposite of what's being said to really navigate through the new, true reality of what's happening out here. And some of you might think, yeah, that's a bunch of crocker crap. But you know what? This is real life. I had the opportunity to get home last Saturday. And, I'm fortunate enough to live out in the country, and I live in Greater Minnesota, and get amongst the, I'll just say amongst the animals out there. And you start appreciating, this is what I'm fighting for. Is to preserve and protect our way of life and protect what our founding fathers fought for. I've got friends like Shane that sit next to me. They've sacrificed all. Shane, how long, or I believe he was a lifelong military. 24 years. How many of our founding fathers fought for the same thing? And we tend to forget what they fought for. I've heard stories over there about people have had friends and family that have been affected by victims of weapons. I'll just say weapons, of guns. Well, I think all of us probably have somehow had a connection with that. If you really start asking the crowd that's here. But it wasn't the gun that created the problem. It's a mental illness. Why aren't we going after the root of the problem and trying to solve the problem? That's one thing about us politicians I've learned down here is we're good at creating more problems, so now we're creating more job security. I'd much rather work myself out of a job I can see how easily we could do that if we actually put our heads together. There's a lot of smart people across both aisles here. If we really put our heads together and actually worked on really solving the problem and coming up with solutions, instead of creating another problem, create another problem. You know, we've got an $18.5 billion surplus. You know, I'm kind of rounding down if you really want to be honest with you on that. We spent every dime. Now we're talking about raising taxes and charging our constituents more? Come on. I think we heard about the $70 million worth of money that are going into special interest groups. I just ask our constituents out there just to pay attention to what's happening. You know, I want to be effective. That's why I ran for office, to be effective, to serve the people of Greater Minnesota and to serve the great people of Minnesota. You know, this session here, it feels like we're spinning our wheels. Yeah, you've got the trifecta. We already know at the end of the night where the vote's going to go. But you know what? I just ask that you really search your hearts and really look at the whole picture and everyone that we're represented across the state. And sit down and have conversations. I've actually spoken to some people offline here that have some concerns about the real issues that are due to gun violence. But again, it's not the gun violence. It's the mental illness that it stems from. I don't know about any of you, but I think if you tried walking across the corner over here, I'm going to just say it. I'm going to point out the corner. If you walk across here about 11:30 at night, I don't think you'd feel too safe, would you? We'll just say we're going to walk up to White Castle. How many of you would feel safe without being protected with someone that one of our security here, or someone to watch over us? We'll go one step further. How about if you want to get something illegal? Yeah, let's admit it. 5 minutes, you could walk around the block here, you could find it, couldn't you? You know, we try to pretend this stuff isn't happening. It's not going to be a legal gun. You think criminals really give a rip about using a legal weapon? No. They're going to figure out a way to do a crime. At the end of the night, I just want to say that there are some good things in this bill. But as an elected official, I've got to weigh out the good and the bad. I've been looking at my emails tonight. I've had one that's been actually for the bill. You know, he's from your side a long time. I think a lot of you know who he is. But you know what? Every other one, I bet you I've got 50 of them that came in this evening, they're opposed to it. I ask you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Moeller, thank you for your calm, balance through the committee. There are some great things about this bill. Organized retail crime, identifying that crime that is hitting our cities and trying to get a handle on it. Carjacking. There's a lot of money in there for the BCA to help out our cities and our state patrol. Unfortunately, for me, there isn't enough money in there for our local governments or local police departments. And I believe that will be coming through the tax with the $300 million that the governor has put out there. But one of the things that disappointed me a little bit was Hero Helping Heroes. Our heroes got asked for $1 million, came out with $250,000, and after conference committee, got zero. Supportive arts in the prisons. They started off at $150,000 and ended at $425,000. Now I think that's important, but there's a little bit of a difference on taking money away. COVID was tough on our law enforcement. The riots, George Floyd. We got a lot of new officers that need that money for training to keep our community safe, but to be better officers. And I agree with the comments in here, we can do better. And we should do better, and there should be accountability. Without that, that makes it very difficult. A couple weeks ago, St. Croix Sheriff's Deputy Katie Lacing was murdered, and they had a connection over here in Minnesota. He was a felon in possession of a handgun. And she leaves behind a wife and a 3-month-old and a community that said she had an infectious smile and was an important piece that we want out there representing law enforcement. Today was nice having a House resolution read, and it was on both sides. And I think that was important to show that we got bipartisan support. What I heard when I was campaigning is they want us to work together. They want us to come up with these solutions and meet in the middle. After our first session during recess, I took a walk down to the Peace Officer Memorial right here in St. Paul down our steps. And I saw the wreaths, and I saw a wife and a daughter laying the wreath at a fallen officer during the ceremony. It was very powerful to see. I had the opportunity to talk with one of the Law Enforcement Memorial Association officers there, and it was a sheriff from Olmsted County. And the same message I shared when this first came through, they were asking for respect and support. Support in funding, support from their community. They can't do it all together. They need our help. We can be that beacon of hope. And I'm going to leave you with this, because in my 27-year career, I had a lot of friends and community members ride with me. And they got to see the importance of law enforcement, but they also saw the difficulties. And I'd go home at night, and I wouldn't share it with my families. I didn't want them to know that there was evil out there and the things that I saw. So a police officer is a composite of what all men and women are. Mingling of a saint and a sinner, dust and deity. What that really means is that they are exceptional. They're unusual. They're not commonplace. Buried under the fourth is the fact, and the fact is less than 0.5% of police officers misfit the uniform. And that is a better average than you would find among clergymen. What is a police officer? He, of all men and women, is at once the most needed, the most wanted, and strangely nameless creature who is sir, ma'am to their face and pig or worse behind their back. They must be such a diplomat that they can settle differences between individuals so that each will think they won. But if the police officer is neat, they are conceited. If they are careless, they're a bum. If they're pleasant, they're a flirt. And if they're not, they're a grouch. They must make instant decisions, which would require months for a lawyer. Sorry about that, lawyers. But if they hurry, they're careless. If they're deliberate, they're lazy. They must be the first to an accident, infallible with a diagnosis. They must be able to stop breathing, stop bleeding, tie splints, and above all, be sure the victim goes home without a limp. The police officer must know every gun, draw on the run, and hit where it doesn't hurt. They must be able to whip two men twice their size and half their age without damaging their uniform and without being brutal. If you hit them, he's a coward. If they hit you, he's a bully. The police officer, from a single human hair, must be able to describe the crime, the weapon, the criminal, and tell you where the criminal is hiding. But if he catches the criminal, he's lucky. If they don't, they're a dunce. They run files and write reports until their eyes ache to build a case against some felon who will get dealed out by a shameless sham. The police officer must be a minister, a social worker, a diplomat, a tough guy, and a gentle person. And of course, they'll have to be a genius, for they will have to feed a family on a policeman's salary. I was very proud of my career. It was very frustrating to hear, because of the color of my uniform, how people viewed you. And they never gave you that chance to know who you were. Law enforcement has been paying the price of the sins of one man. And it's time that we start respecting them and support them. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Ream.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chair Kelly Moeller and Chair Jamie Becker-Finn for this bill. Today is a really good day in Minnesota. Very excited to see this omnibus bill pass. And I rise to speak in favor of Senate File 2909. As you may have guessed from my red outfit here, tried to wear as much red as possible. Red is the color of Moms Demand Action. I see a whole bunch up there wearing red too. But it's not just moms who are demanding action. I will tell you, I'm getting a lot of emails and phone calls from men and dads who demand action. And we were elected to do something, not to sit around and pick apart things that, aren't perfect about bills, but to actually take action, because we have a growing gun violence epidemic here. Dads are worried about sending their kids to school. I had a gentleman call me. He really wanted to get a hold of me. I finally was able to Zoom with him, and he talked about how he wanted to work with me on gun violence mitigation. He said, I have 2 kids, little kids. My oldest is going to start kindergarten, and I really want to do something to stop the school shootings, to make it safer for our kids and for everyone else here. So it's not just moms, it's dads who are demanding action. And to the point that people have made about how mental illness is the cause or the root cause, I don't know if you've seen the video of the shooting in Texas where you can see the car drive up to the mall, stops, the guy gets out and he shoots down a whole bunch of people. It wasn't mental illness that killed those people, it was his guns. That's what killed the people. Guns. So on February 3rd, 2023, my county sheriff, Carver County Sheriff Jason Kamrud, he testified in support of HF 14, in support of criminal background checks. And it wasn't just him testifying in support. He was testifying and speaking on behalf of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, representing 87 counties. So every county in this state. I don't think of him as an extremist. And he said that 30 years ago, when he was getting into law enforcement, the landscape surrounding the purchase and possession of firearms was considerably different than it is today. And he said it requires a new look. He appreciated how the bill will grant sheriffs the ability to take guns away from people who are a threat to themselves or to others. And then at the end of his testimony, he thanked Chair Moeller for the time she had put into the bill and for considering his input. I also want to thank Representative Breanne Curran for authoring House File 2290, a bill that will restrict the no-knock search warrants, not the no-knock entries. I think there's a distinction to be made, because I know Sheriff Kamrud had talked to me earlier before I was even a legislator. I was involved in a group where we talked about policing in Carver County, and we talked about how we can build community and make people feel safe working with the police in our area. But anyway, he said he was really concerned about eliminating the no-knock search warrants. But the reality is, if there's something dangerous that the police know about, they're going to be able to enter a home and save people. They don't need a search warrant for that. So it's important to make the distinction. Probably Representative Breon Curran can talk about that better than I can, but I think that's an important distinction to make. I also want to say that supporting red flag laws and background checks are not mutually exclusive from supporting Second Amendment rights. We can and we will support law-abiding citizens. But red flag laws will help prevent suicides, and they will help prevent domestic violence. So my oldest son, he attended Minnetonka High School from 2015 to 2019. His freshman year, the first day of his freshman year, he went to school knowing that one of his classmates that weekend had died in a domestic murder-suicide. She and her 2 siblings, who also attended Minnetonka High School, had been killed by their father. All 5 of them dead that weekend. And we don't know if these laws would have prevented what happened, but they may very well have prevented this. He supposedly had talked to a neighbor about, things that were happening in his life, and he had told this neighbor that he was under a tremendous amount of stress. And then he made the form of a gun with his hand and pointed it to his head. So clearly, he was showing signs of distress, maybe suicidal tendencies. Laws like this could have saved not only him, but his family from dying. Do you know what the leading cause of death for pregnant women in the U.S. is? Right, homicide. Women in the U.S. who are pregnant or who have recently given birth are more likely to be murdered than to die from obstetric causes. So a deadly mix of intimate partner violence and firearms is killing pregnant women. I know we talk a lot about pregnancy and women and birth and all that and the unborn. Well, there you have it. The number 1 cause of death for pregnant women is homicide. I started looking up statistics for Minnesota, and I read in an average year, 424 people die from gun deaths. Well, it turns out that was in 2018 or so, because in 2022, 570 Minnesotans have died from gun violence. It's increasing. 2/3 are from suicides. And yesterday was Mother's Day, and many of us probably celebrated with our families, those of us who are lucky to be moms. And we probably received all kinds of loving attention, flowers, breakfast in bed maybe, chocolate, special treatment, and that's really wonderful. But you know what moms really want? They want their kids to have healthy, long lives. They want their kids to be able to freely go to the school, to the movie theaters, or to their church, synagogue, or mosque, to the grocery store, without worrying about not making it home. So passing this bill, which is an excellent bill, it's not going to bring back Amir Locke. It's not going to bring back the Short family from Greenwood, Minnesota, and all the others who have died from gun violence, but it's a start. It's a really good start. Passing laws like these, this is the action that we need to take. It's a darn good start, and it's a very good day, and I urge all of you to vote green. Thank you so much.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, it's been a long evening, but I'd like to comment on a few parts of this bill that are concerning to me and also some parts that I support. Starting with, we'll talk about the gun bills, which we just brought up, and they've been talked about a lot. But, members, I've looked at a lot of the data, whether it's the background check bill or the red flag bill, and it's interesting because I look at data from all kinds of sources, that each source can produce data that supports their position. And so then it's like, all right, which is it? And then I have to think, well, just think about common sense. First of all, in states that have red flag laws, many of those states have also had the mass shootings that are so tragic. Many of those states have high suicide rates. As a matter of fact, if you look worldwide, the country of, I believe it's Japan, has either the top suicide rate in the world or very close to it, and you can't even own any kind of gun in Japan. So common sense tells me that red flag laws aren't going to stop tragic things like suicides and mass shootings, but what they do, if that's proper English, is get in the way of law-abiding citizens who own guns. Or even somebody like me who owns a gun and someone else decides to get at me somehow and say I'm a dangerous person and you should take my guns away, and then suddenly I'm defenseless. And that's not right, and that's not fair. There are many due process issues with that. But even more so, why aren't we going after the criminals? Because those are the ones that are behind the problem. The tool is not the issue. Because if we got rid of all guns, then it'll be as it is in the UK, where now they're getting rid of knives because knives are the problem. Well, maybe we have to get rid of bats because somebody went in and attacked, I just read this in the news today, a congressman's office and put 2 people in the hospital with a baseball bat. Or fists. It's the person, not the tool. So let's go after the people who are the criminals, not the law-abiding citizens. Let's go after, let's start by going after and supporting the gun laws that we already have and don't enforce. The other thing is I'd like to mention, thank you to Chair Moeller for putting in this bill a grant for an organization called the Violence Project. That's something I've followed for quite some time, and I believe that's the direction that we should go, is looking at what's the source of the problem. And I'll just read to you quickly, if you're not familiar with this. It's a holistic violence prevention. Violence prevention addresses the complete systems of pathways and precursors to violence. Rather than focusing on a single solution, holistic prevention examines and responds to the root causes of violence at the individual, institutional, and societal level. And I would encourage you to check out their webpage. They have a lot of good information about getting to the source of the problem, having crisis response teams in schools. We should be going at hitting early on the issues there. I won't talk further about the gun bills, but I will add something briefly about Representative Niska's amendment that should have been kept in this bill. The reason being, first of all, I heard it said that this removing of protections for children is cleanup language. Cleanup language, that just blows my mind. We need to protect children from predators who are male, they're female, they're all kinds of sexual persuasions. There's no one target here. It's just the predators that go after children. And why we would remove that protection is beyond me. This leaves a void now where the issue is no longer clear, where we have to wonder why was it removed, and future courts could just decide, well, maybe we need to give protections to people who are predators and go after children. The last thing I'd like to talk about is it's called the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. I guess I call it the Get Out of Jail Free Card program. I have issues with this, and I'm going to tell you why. So what about the victims of the crimes where somebody has been convicted and sentenced? I want to just give some examples. 7 years ago, a family who's very close to me had a son, a young man of 30 years old, who was in the wrong place, doing the wrong things in St. Paul, but he wasn't violent, and he ended up getting shot in the back and murdered. And a friend of his was as well. This young man got addicted to opioids when he was 19 years old because he'd been in the hospital for jaw problems and was put on painkillers. And from that time on, he was in and out of drug treatment programs and ended up at 30 years old, shot in the back, running away from a situation in St. Paul. So his perpetrator, the person who shot him, was sentenced to second-degree murder, given a 40-year sentence. That was 7 years ago. That shooter is still in prison. But under this provision, that shooter can have his sentence cut in half and be released. And I'd like you to read what this special family said about the murder of their son. This will haunt us until our own deaths. The other young man that was killed, his mother said, every day goes by, I hurt so bad. This has been a complete nightmare. I hope they, as in the one who the shooter, I hope they suffer for the rest of their lives. Do you think that mother wants the shooter to get half the sentence cut off? How about just this year in Albert Lea, a man was convicted of sexually abusing a child, and it was first-degree criminal sexual conduct, which under this provision would be given the opportunity to have his sentence cut in half. This man was given 25 years and 6 months for sexually abusing a child for more than a year. That child is scarred for life, and now that perpetrator will have the opportunity to have his sentence cut in half from 25 years to just a little over 12 years. And lastly, somebody near and dear to my heart, Eric Mattson, the police officer who was shot 3 years ago in the head. Thankfully, he didn't die, but he's been impacted for life. And we all know Eric well because he and his wife Megan have been up here many times advocating for stronger sentences for crimes like that. So I do have a question for Representative Becker-Finn, if she would yield. Representative Becker, Madam Chair.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Becker-Finn, in Eric's case, his shooter was, I'm trying to find my notes here, convicted of attempted murder in the first degree and sentenced 35 years without parole. Would that shooter have the opportunity to get his sentence cut in half under, I think that's your provision, correct, in the bill?
Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have those details right in front of me to give you a solid answer on that. That's my good faith answer to that, as that's caught off guard without any heads up. I would have to look at the details of the case to tell you whether that would be true.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks, Representative Becker-Finn. I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond there, and I know it's difficult without the info in front of you. I did have our research and also nonpartisan research look into that, and it didn't really come to me actually until this evening that this may impact that situation. And they told me that yes, this shooter would qualify under this situation to have his sentence cut in half. And I just would like to read to you when I've been texting with texting with Eric's wife, Megan, this evening. And I told her that the shooter would most likely qualify. And they've been up here fighting so hard to have that 35-year sentence without parole and actually have it be more time. Eric's life has been impacted in so many ways. And her answer when I texted her and told her about this is she said, no, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. This cannot happen. This cannot pass. I will do whatever it takes to stop this, because they worked so hard to get appropriate sentencing for something that has destroyed a man's life for doing his job and protecting our people. And she got a message from their lawyer, who also worked hard in getting this conviction of 35 years without parole, and said that this shooter received a special plea agreement in light of what the current laws were, and we do not want these laws changed for anyone, and especially not retroactively. We worked hard to change the law to allow for no parole for these types of offenders. It would be a travesty of justice to allow for people like Eric Shooter to get out in 1/2 sentence. This provision is not right, and we should have accepted Representative New Brindley's amendment that said that this should not apply to violent perpetrators. It is not fair to the victims. I sure hope we can change that at some point. I don't know if it's too late. It probably is now, but it needs to be changed. That is not right for Eric. It's not right for that special family in my life who lost their son. And it's not right for that little girl who was sexually abused. Lastly, I'll just say there are many components in this bill that I actually support. And here's where I'm going to just say something about omnibus bills. It is so wrong to make huge bills like this, and I'm not blaming your side of the aisle, because our side of the aisle does it just as much. But we should not be cramming all of these provisions in a single bill like this. Because I tell you what I would have voted for. I would have voted for that. I heard you talk about the penalties for organized retail crimes, or the carjacking crime defined. I would have voted for those things, or the swatting penalties, or body armor reimbursement for grants expanded, adding killed in the line of duty, adding suicide to that, increased penalties for fentanyl, the get your stuff out of your car provision, that grant for the Violence Project, and more. I should have the opportunity to vote on those things as individual bills and not stuck into a huge bill. And same with these gun bills. They should be voted on as individual bills so we can all have transparent votes up or down. So I'll stop talking now, but I sure hope we can change the provision, Representative Becker-Finn, in this thing so that shooters like the man who just harmed Eric Mattson in ways that we can't even imagine and has impacted his life and his family's life forever, that gentleman should not be having his sentence cut in half. So members, thanks for listening.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker Olson. Members, I rise in support of the bill today. I've risen numerous times on the floor since arriving here, but I haven't risen to speak since the last time that this bill was in this chamber. The last time this bill was in this chamber, my life turned upside down, and I haven't wanted to speak again, because now I know what happens when I speak. What happens when I speak is different than it was before that day. And I'm nervous, and I just want to acknowledge that, because this bill has completely upended my life. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. It's very present for me, so I think we should name it. I want to thank Representative Chair Becker-Finn for what we did in Judiciary this year, for giving me the space there to move the bills that are here. Same to Chair Moeller. There are two bills that I have in this, and I want to talk about them. But first, I want to just take a second and say, earlier, we heard that we are not listening to the voters of the other side, and I'm going to quote, or I'm going to cite those polls and say, we are listening to the voters of the other side. The voters of the other side want gun legislation. Sorry to continually have to remind you, but these are popular. These are popular pieces of legislation, and they are not going to solve everything. Extreme risk protection orders is an extremely complicated piece of legislation. It is a very difficult one to support in many ways, but I think we need to try. We need to try something. That's what our voters want us to do. Gun violence is an epidemic. We all know it's here. We heard it. Number one cause of death for pregnant people is murder. The number one cause of death for our children is gun violence. How can we not try? It's very hard to understand why we would say, this won't solve everything, so let's do nothing. That is just a completely unacceptable solution. So I'm very excited to support those two pieces of legislation. Thanks to Representative Frazier and Pinto for their work on those. The other bill that I have in here is, or one of the bills that I have in here is a work release bill. And I want to thank Representative Bennett for her comments, recognizing again that these are some of the most difficult and complicated issues that we face as a civilization. We are a society that has incarcerated people unjustly, unfairly, and for too long. And those individuals, like we heard again, 99% of the people who are in our prisons, they will be our neighbors. When I was on the campaign trail, I talked about my incarcerated neighbors. People would say, why are you saying your incarcerated neighbors? And I would say, those are people who are going to be in our communities, and if we are not taking seriously the reentry of those people into our communities, then we are failing not just them, but ourselves. Those people are our neighbors, and we need to treat them as such. And their victims are our neighbors, and we need to recognize that too. These are hard, thorny, prickly issues that we can work to improve. And we don't have to solve every single problem just to try to make things better. So thank you for the time. And, you know, I wish we would have gotten a little bit more for that bill, but we got what we got, and I'll take it, and I'm excited to keep building on that work. And then finally, my other bill that we have in this project is the Take Pride Act. And, you know, a lot of things have been said about that piece of legislation. A lot of things have been said for the last few weeks, a lot of things in the Senate, a lot of things here tonight about this agency bill that I happened to pick up in my first session. And, you know, a lot of people tonight, you know, specifically have said they just can't understand it. You just can't understand why. Why would we do this? And I just want to say that, you know, I think we've done a pretty good job of laying that case out. I made the case in committee along with the commissioner, Rebecca Lucero. I know Brianne Curran has been fighting the good fight, making the case. Representative Becker Finn has made the case. The why. Why does it matter to us? Why does it matter so much to us? You just can't understand it. And if you've heard our reasons and you don't agree with them, that's fine. I would just like to say, it's okay that you don't understand it. Maybe you don't need to understand some things. I'm a trans person. People tell me all the time, they just don't understand the gender thing. I just don't get it. They think it's a delusion. They think it's unreal, right? We heard tonight, somebody kept saying LGB community, and we hear that. We hear that you're dropping the T, right? Because there aren't trans people. It's like, we live here. We just have this space where people they either don't understand or they don't want to. And you don't need to understand it. You could listen. You could listen to what we're saying here. The original authors of this bill, Representatives Alan Spear and Karen Clark, the first 2 queer people who served in this building. They worked for a decade to pass this legislation, and they had this one sentence. And that one sentence, they did not want it. It has no legislative intent. Any one of you could have found that out by asking research. Anybody could have recognized reality and stopped lying, but you didn't. It's a sentence with no legislative intent that the original queer members of this body did not want. And it's not a surprise to me. It's a shock, but it's not a surprise that the first trans person and the first non-binary person get into this body, and we have to spend a month fighting over one sentence with no legislative intent. Nothing. It's just poison. It's a poison pill. And somebody here said, nobody thinks LGBT people have anything to do with pedophilia. And I'm going to just say, if you think that's what happens in this country, you don't know queer people. You don't know what our lives are like. You don't know what it means to be associated with the most vile, cruel lies possible. I know what that's like now, because that lie spread through this building, and it has turned my life upside down. So please stop acting like this one sentence is everything. What matters is these gun laws that we are going to make here that are going to help people survive this world. We're going to get people back into a place in their lives where they can do good. Do good. Help people. Who are you helping? Who are you helping by continuing to attack one sentence that every person here who is a member of this community has told you is harmful? We are saying it's harmful. If you don't understand, I'm sorry. Maybe listen to the queer people in the world who are telling you, and move forward with your lives, recognizing the truth, which is that this sentence has no legislative intent and it should be removed. Please support the bill.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to take a step back here for a second. Today is a Peace Officers Memorial Day. And as a peace officer, former peace officer myself, as one also that has been shot in the line of duty while going out to protect complete strangers, your families, my families, many, many other people's families. I'm just going to read a little list of officers who have died in the line of duty because it is Peace Officers Memorial Day. Jason Rivera, New York Police Department, 12122. Officer Tom Marzurkowitz, New York PD, 7/22/2022. I have a couple officers from Mississippi. Brandon Estorff and Steve Robin, both on 12/16/2022, just before Christmas. Shot while in their squad cars. Closer to home, Wisconsin. Emily Breidenberg. Hunter Scheel. 4/9/2023. Katie Leasing, 65823. One of our deputies in Minnesota here, Josh Owen, 4/15/2023. These are the men and women who sacrificed everything so that we could live peacefully and safe. They've left behind loved ones. They've left behind family. The lawlessness that has been left unchecked and unchallenged not because officers aren't doing their job, is because they're woefully undersupported. Numbers have declined to emergency levels and not enough funding. These men and women continue to go out day after day after day, night after night after night, not knowing whether they'll come home, and their families not knowing whether